Chapter 71 Translucent Dew of Flawlessness. Huh? What do you mean by that? Yuro asked Xiaohua, as she was unfamiliar with such terms. That girl with the disciple robes just now is a cultivator at the Spirit King realm, and unless she also has a legacy to fulfill, she's an existence that shouldn't be in this world, the lower heaven, Xiaohua explained to her. Spirit King. Lower heavens. Yuro shook her head, still confused about what Xiaohua was trying to say. Anyway, let's look around the first floor before we go to the second floor, Yuro said. Xiaohua nodded and followed Yuro, as she didn't need to learn any new techniques for herself. Meanwhile, Yuan and the female disciple had just reached the second floor. What is your name, young man? I am called Zhu Yueying, said the female disciple. Yu Tian, he responded. Oh, that's a nice name, she nodded with a smile on her face. Anyway, before you meet my master, you should know a few things about him. First and foremost, my master is a very outgoing individual, but do not feel too comfortable around him, and most importantly, do not show any sign of disrespect, or else you will dearly regret it. Visit lighten/ovelpus/b.com for the best novel reading experience. I don't think I will have a problem with that. Yuan said, as he wouldn't disrespect anyone without a good reason. Good. Then the next thing you should know about my master is that he has very keen eyes for everything, so do not lie to him, because he will know, Zhu Yueying continued. If you don't feel comfortable with answering his questions, you should just remain silent, as that is better than being a liar. Is he going to question me a lot? Yuan asked. I don't know, she casually shrugged. Is that so? After navigating around the second floor for a few minutes, they reached the staircase for the third floor. However, there were two guards standing by the stair with a semi-transparent barrier that blocked their access to the third floor. Master wants to speak with him, Zhu Yueying said to the guards. What? The master is willing to meet with a stranger? The guards looked at Yuan with wide eyes, wondering what was so special about him. Updated from lightnovelpub.com, since it's the master's request, go ahead. One of the guards then snapped his fingers, and the barrier blocking their path began disappearing. A moment later, they were free to enter the third floor. This is the third floor? Yuan expressed surprise after seeing the third floor, which was only large enough to fit two 5-meter-long bookshelves on each side and surprisingly empty, as there were barely books on these bookshelves, enough to be counted with one's hands. My master is waiting for you at the other side of that door. Zhu Yueying pointed to the door at the end of the small room that emitted a profound feeling. Yuan swallowed nervously before walking towards the door that gave him the chills. He then opened the door, and to his surprise, there was only darkness behind this door. I am supposed to enter this? Yuan turned around to look at Zhu Yueying, who nodded with a smile on her face. Don't worry, it's only a portal that will take you to my master, who is in a place so far away that the only way you can meet him is through teleportation. This content is taken from l/itnovelpub.com. Yuan narrowed his eyes, feeling a bit uncomfortable about the weird atmosphere and the whole situation. What if they are trying to trick him just like what happened at the demonic spider's silent cave? However, as Yuan was wondering whether to trust them, an ancient voice resounded in his head. It isn't polite to make the seniors wait so long, young man. And right as the voice ended in his head, a powerful force appeared from beyond the door, sucking him inside the darkness. Ah! Yuan screamed out loud as his body was tossed into the darkness, feeling like he was falling constantly through an endless hole. The falling sensation lasted for a good minute before the darkness suddenly vanished, replaced by a bright light. Yuan looked around, and to his surprise, he was surrounded by clouds, and when he looked down, he saw a vast world, one that stretched to the horizons. You have discovered? What the heck? Where am I? What happened to the technique store? Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice as he continued falling from the sky. The source of this content is live//novelpub/com. I'm going to die. I am definitely going to die if I fall from this height. Yuan cried out loud. Ha ha ha. Calm down, young man from another world, you won't die. A similar voice suddenly resounded beside Yuan, causing him to turn around. Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he saw a healthy-looking old man with long white hair and a long beard falling beside him. The old man suddenly waved his sleeves, and as though gravity had stopped working, their body immediately stopped falling. "Come with me." The old man began flying away, and Yuan could feel an invisible force pulling him along. A few minutes later, they landed on this small floating island that had a beautiful jade table in the center and 2 jade chairs beside it. Follow current novels on lig/nav/lpub/com. Once they landed, the old man immediately walked to one of the chairs and sat down before taking out a teapot and 2 teacups. "Sit down, young friend." The old man gestured to him in a friendly manner. Although Yuan was still trying to make sense of the situation, he sat down as instructed. "Try this." The old man handed him one of the teacups. "Tea, thank you." Yuan accepted the teacup without thinking and looked at the transparent liquid in the cup. If he hadn't seen the ripple on the surface, he would have mistaken it as an empty teacup. The old man then pulled the teacup towards his own lips before chugging the cup of liquid in an instant. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub. Yuan followed the old man's actions and drank the transparent liquid. Wow, Yuan could feel a refreshing feeling flow down his throat before it expanded in his stomach and then the rest of his body, feeling almost like an explosion had occurred within his body. You consumed a translucent dew of flawlessness. Impurities will now be cleansed from your body. A few seconds after consuming the translucent liquid, sticky black substances could be seen oozing from every pore on Yuan's body, filling the place with an intense smell that resembled the smell of rotten eggs and many other unpleasant smells. Whoa! What is happening to me? Yuan stood up in a panic after seeing this scene. Your body is currently discharging the impurities within your body. One must reach the Spirit Grandmaster realm before they can start cleaning the impurities within their body, but the translucent dew of flawlessness will help you achieve that regardless of your cultivation, and it will continue to protect your body from collecting any more impurities in the future so that you don't have to waste time manually discharging the impurities within your body after every breakthrough. The old man explained to him in a calm voice. The translucent dew of flawlessness is a rare treasure that will be very beneficial to you and your future cultivation. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. C/OM. I don't really understand it, but thank you for giving me such a treasure, senior. Yuan bowed to him with his body nearly covered in impurities. No need to thank me, as this is but a small token for making you come all the way to this place. The old man smiled. A few minutes later, once Yuan discharged every drop of impurity that was contaminating his body, the old man waved his sleeves, creating a powerful wind that blew away the impurities and the awful smell. You have cleaned every drop of impurity within your body, obtaining a refined body. You have gained the title Untainted Body. Description: having an untainted body, your cultivation speed will increase significantly as long as you keep your body clear of impurities. How do you feel, young man? The old man asked him afterward. I don't know how I should describe this refreshing feeling. It feels almost like I have been reborn. Yuan said while staring at his own palms, feeling incredibly light and energetic, even powerful. Rebirth, huh? That's a good way to describe it. The old man nodded before pointing at the seat. This content is taken from li/novel/pub//com. Once Yuan was seated again, the old man spoke. I know you are wondering why I brought you to this place and where we are, so let's get that out of the way first. First of all, this place is not a location from where you came from, the lower heaven, or anywhere in the world for that matter. It is its own world, another dimension so to speak, hence why I was able to bring you here without much trouble. Now as for why I brought you to this place, it's simply because I want to know more about you, young man who destroyed the divine crystal of heavenly fortune with his destiny. Huh? Yuan looked at the old man with wide eyes. So he really was responsible for destroying that treasure. However, before we continue, why don't we introduce ourselves? The old man spoke, and he continued, most people address me as Master Bai, but you can just call me Senior Bai. Yuan nodded and said, my real name is Yuan, but I am also known as Yuan. Yuan, huh? Senior Bai nodded his head before continuing, now then, continuing with the matter. The reason why the divine crystal of heavenly fortune exploded after trying to read your fortune is simply because it could not read your destiny, hence why it exploded. Huh? Yuan looked at him with his eyebrows raised in a puzzled manner. What does he mean by that? Chapter 72 An Unknown Destiny. The divine crystal of heavenly fortune is a very powerful treasure that can read one's fortune and destiny, and depending on the importance of their destiny, they are given a rating. There are countless geniuses in this world who have the ability to change or create history, but very few of them will be given a minor destiny. Then we have the major destiny, geniuses who will affect the heavens to a certain extent. Someone with a major destiny will appear once every 10,000 years. Senior Bai explained to him the functions of the treasure he destroyed. As for the final rating, heavenly destiny. There have been only 13 people who were given such a destiny ever since the ancient times, and every single one of these individuals had greatly affected the world so much that they were given their own era. However, not many people know this, but there is actually another rating beside the three I just explained, and there is no name for such a destiny, hence why I just call it the unknown destiny. The unknown destiny is the only destiny the divine crystal of heavenly fortune cannot read or sometimes mistake as a heavenly destiny, and in the cases where the divine crystal of heavenly fortune cannot read a destiny, it will explode. After the lengthy explanation, Senior Bai gave Yuan a moment to digest the information before continuing. Ever since the ancient times. No, ever since the first cultivator learned to cultivate, there have only been 2 other individuals other than yourself that have had an unknown destiny, and I want to know what kind of person you are as the 3rd person to have an unknown destiny, hence why I brought you here. I see, but what do you want to know about me? I have lived an insignificant life for the majority of my life, so I don't think you'll find anything interesting about me, Yuan said to him. Your life experiences don't matter to me. What I want to know is your ambitions, why you decided to become a cultivator and what keeps you on the cultivation path, Senior Bai said to him. My ambitions. Yuan lifted his eyebrows before speaking in a calm voice. Honestly, I don't have any ambitions, and I only want to enjoy this beautiful world with my little sister and hopefully make some friends. You have no ambitions? That's quite hard to believe, as every cultivator has a dream. Despite expressing his doubt, Senior Bai was unable to sense any lies from Yuan's clear gaze. The source of this content is Li/Knov/Pub. Although I may not have any ambitions, I do have a dream. However, this dream is not something one can achieve just by working hard for it. Yuan said with a bitter smile on his face. Ho! Do you mind clarifying? Senior Bai asked him with his interest piqued. In the cultivation world, there is almost no dream that cannot be attained through hard work. What about a person who was born without legs and dreams of walking? What about a person a blind man dreams of seeing again? Yuan asked him. Do you think those kinds of dreams could be achieved? Ha ha ha. Senior Bai suddenly laughed out loud before speaking, and here I was wondering what you were going to say. So what if one is born without legs? They can simply grow some with the help of treasures. The same goes for blind people. I know over a dozen medicines and treasures that can cure blindness. Yuan was speechless. They can do that in the cultivation world? However, even if that was the case, this was only a game, and once he logs off, this so-called cultivation world will cease to exist. Anyway, what about becoming a cultivator? What drove you to walk the cultivation path? Senior Bai then asked him. Well, it kind of happened by chance, Yuan spoke before briefly recalling how he became a cultivator. Chance? Nonsense. You are someone with an unknown destiny. Everything that happened to you or will happen to you in the future, everyone that you have met or will meet in the future, it was predetermined by fate before you were even born. Senior Bai said before continuing, then why do you continue to cultivate? If you didn't choose this path, why don't you quit? Because I have learned from a friend that strength means everything in this world, and without strength, I could lose everything that's important to me, hence why I continue to cultivate and continue to grow stronger, as I wish to explore this world with those who are dear to me without losing them. Updated from lightnovelpu/b/. Cultivating to protect those important to you, huh? Despite hearing similar words from cultivators countless times throughout my life, I can only respect one's desire to protect their loved ones. And your friend is right, the cultivation world is an unforgiving world that preys on the weak and rewards the strong. If you wish to explore this world, you must have enough power. Senior Bai spoke as he profoundly caressed his long white beard. After a moment of silence, Senior Bai said, I have a firm understanding of your character now, but people can always change, and I can only hope that you do not change too much. By the way, if you don't mind me asking, do you have a unique physique? I can feel a profound feeling from your body, but I have never felt such a feeling before. Senior Bai suddenly asked. My physique? I have something called the heaven refining physique, he casually responded. Heaven refining physique? Senior Bai suddenly cried out loud as he stood up with a shocked expression on his face. Yuan looked at Senior Bai with wide eyes, as he didn't expect such an intense reaction. After a long moment of silence, Senior Bai cleared his throat before sitting back down. I see. So you are the person she met. Visit li/novelpub/com for the best novel reading experience. What do you mean, Senior Bai? Yuan asked with his head tilted in a puzzled manner. And nothing, I was just talking to myself, Senior Bai quickly said with an awkward smile on his face. Anyway, I don't dare to keep you in this place any longer, little friend. If fate allows it, we shall meet each other again. Almost as though he was in a hurry, Senior Bai waved his sleeves, enveloping Yuan with his spiritual energy before sending Yuan flying towards the heavens. A few moments later, Yuan was surrounded by darkness again, but he was falling in the opposite direction this time around. After sending Yuan back to the portal, Senior Bai stared at the sky with a dazed look on his face. So his name was Yuan, huh? To think I'd meet the genius with the godly physique that woman met in this place. As expected of someone with an unknown destiny. I would have given him a few techniques and some treasures to help out his journey, but alas, after standing in the same spot for an unknown amount of time, Senior Bai sighed in an annoyed tone, I should probably let her know about our meeting or she'll think I am trying to steal him from her or something. Welcome back, Yuan, Zhu Yueying greeted him after he returned to the skill store. How was your meeting with my master? Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. I don't know how I should describe it, he said with a weird smile on his face. Everything just happened so fast. Then what did you two talk about? She then asked. He asked me about my dreams and why I decided to be a cultivator, that's it. Zhu Yueying looked at him with raised eyebrows. Yes, he said. Zhu Yueying turned silent. Why would her master call him for something casual like that? She couldn't comprehend it. Anyway, since you have already spoken with my master, he'll leave you alone to look for skills now. You are allowed to buy a technique from any floor, she said to him a moment later. I understand. Since I am already here and there doesn't seem to be much technique up here, I'll look around this floor first before I reunite with the others. New novel chapters are published on lightnovelpub.com. Zhu Yueying nodded and left him alone on the third floor shortly later. Yuan began looking around the third floor, but with only 2 bookshelves and a dozen techniques, it didn't take long for Yuan to see everything on the third floor. And out of the dozen techniques on the third floor, there was only one technique that he could learn, as it was related to the sword. Demon's Sealing Strike. What a powerful sounding technique, Yuan mumbled the name of the technique with a feeling of awe. He then opened the technique and began looking through it. A few minutes after Yuan began reading the technique, he unknowingly entered a trance, which allowed him to indulge in the technique as though he was in his own world. After an unknown amount of time had passed, a notification appeared before him. You have learned Demon's Sealing Strike. For more, visit light/no/v/lpub.com. Demon's Sealing Strike. Rank, Heaven Mastery Level 1. Description, consumes 1 million chi. Must wield a sword to activate. An ancient sword technique used to seal demons. Oh no. I learned the technique without paying for it again. Yuan facepalmed himself afterward. And it's even a heaven rank technique. I hope I can afford it with my remaining gold, or I am going to have to borrow the difference from Xiaohua. He sighed. Meanwhile, above the sky, another announcement appeared. Player Yuan has become the world's first player to have learned a heaven rank skill. Congratulations. This content is taken from lightnovel.ub. Chapter 73 Wind Blade. After Head accidentally learned the heaven grade technique from the third floor, Yuan walked downstairs with a guilty expression on his face. What's the matter? You don't look so good. The guards noticed his expression and decided to speak to him, wondering if something unpleasant had happened during his meeting with their master. I was just wondering how much this technique would cost if I were to buy it. Yuan showed them the demon's sealing technique. The demon's sealing technique, huh? That's one of the rarest and more powerful techniques one can find in this store, and it's even a heaven-grade technique, so it'll be quite costly. Yuan immediately began sweating profusely after hearing the guard's words. If I recall correctly, this technique should be worth around 300 million gold coins. 300,000,000 gold coins? Yuan cried out loud, nearly collapsing from fright. If the demon's sealing technique is really worth 300 million gold coins, he wouldn't be able to buy this technique even if Head borrowed all of Xiao Hua's money, and it would require him to sell about 10 heaven-grade treasures to have enough money for the purchase. 300 million gold coins, it's impossible. I cannot pay for this. Yuan thought to himself. For more, visit lightnov.//elpu/b. While it pains him to even think about it, he'll have to skip this purchase even if it is considered theft that he learned the technique without paying for it. I'm sorry, Yuro. Even though it was by accident and it's only a game, your brother has committed a crime and is now a criminal, he sighed inwardly. Are you sure you're okay? The guards asked him again, as they were confident that something was bothering him. No, I'm fine, really. Yuan sighed as he turned around and began walking back upstairs. Where are you going, fellow Daoist? The guard asked. To return this technique, I cannot afford it, he responded in a pitiful voice. The guards exchanged looks with each other before laughing out loud, ha ha ha. Is that what you were worried about? Then you don't have to worry, since you don't have to pay for that technique. What? Yuan immediately stopped walking to look at the guards with his eyes wide with disbelief. What do you mean I don't have to pay for it? He asked them. Visit lightnov./elpub/. For a better experience. I guess our senior sister forgot to tell you about this, but those who qualified to step onto the third floor are allowed to take one cultivation technique for free. Are you serious? Yuan looked at them with a doubtful gaze. Who in their right mind would give away something worth 300 million gold coins for free? Why would we lie to you? If you don't believe us, you can ask our senior sister or whoever is at the reception, said one of the guards. Though, they'll just tell you the same thing. Thank God. Yuan suddenly released a deep sigh of relief, feeling like Head narrowly escaped punishment after doing something bad. Even though it's for free, you need to make sure to check it out at the reception. The guards then warned him. I will. Thank you. Yuan left the place shortly later to look for Yuro and Xiaohua. How large is this place? Yuan was at loss for words after realizing just how much larger the first and second floor was compared to the third floor. Follow current novels on li/tnov/lpub// and after walking around for a solid half an hour, Yuan was finally able to reunite with Yuro and Xiaohua on the second floor. Brother. You're back. Yuro said to him. Sorry for leaving you two like that, he said. Brother Tian, are you okay? Xiaohua was looking at him with her eyes as wide as saucers. Yuan had only been gone for an hour at most, yet there was something vastly different about him. Yes, I am. Why are you asking? There's something different about you. She said. Oh, that's because I just removed all of the impurities in my body, he said with an innocent smile on his face. You what? Xiaohua exclaimed. The source of this content is li///nav/elpu/b, calm cultivators can only start discharging the impurities within their body after entering the Spirit Grandmaster realm, and it usually requires years of effort before they can remove all of the purities within their body. However, Yuan had only been gone for an hour and he somehow managed to remove all of the impurities within his body. There is only one treasure in this world that she knows of that could possibly achieve such a miracle, the translucent dew of flawlessness. However, such a treasure should not exist in the lower heavens. Hell, the translucent dew of flawlessness is considered a peerless treasure even in the higher realms, as it not only removes all impurities within one's body but it will also prevent their body from building up more impurities in the future, allowing one to save a magnitude of time in their life since they no longer need to manually remove their impurities anymore, which takes time and effort that could be used towards cultivating instead. Just who did Brother Yuan meet? Xiao Hua asked him. Some senior surnamed Bai, he said. Was he the one who gave you the translucent dew of flawlessness? Yes, he said it was a small token for taking up my time. Yuan nodded. Xiao Hua was speechless. Just who in the world would be rich enough to give away such a valuable treasure for such a reason? The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnov/lpub. Anyway, how has your search been going? Did you find any techniques that suit your taste? Yuan asked Yuro sometime later. Well, although there are not many skills that can be used with a fan, I have managed to find a skill that could be useful. Yuro showed him the scroll she had in her hand. Wind blades. A mortal rank technique that summons wind blades that cut foes from a distance. Yuan looked at the title and description, not daring to read the content inside, fearing that he might accidentally learn it. This way, once I get my own servant, they'll be able to support it from a distance without being in the danger zone, Yuro said to him. I see, this technique is really fitting for you, Yuan said as he handed the technique back to her. What about you, brother? Did you find a technique yet? Yuro then asked him. Yeah, I did. It's a sword technique, he said. What about you, Xiao Hua? You have been following me the entire time so you didn't get any chance to look around. Yuro turned to look at her. Follow current novels on Li/Gitnovelpub, C/OM, Xiao Hua doesn't need any new techniques, she shook her head. I see. Then let's pay for our techniques and leave this place. Are you sure you only want one technique? I think it'll be better if you have a few more. Yuan said to Yuro. Are you forgetting something, brother? Yuro said to him with a slight frown on her face. What am I forgetting? He raised an eyebrow. Yuro continued, you may be able to learn techniques very quickly, but I don't have your talent, so it'll take me days, even weeks to even learn a single technique. What am I going to do with a bunch of techniques that I don't have the time to learn? And you have already spent enough money on me. I can't let you spoil me too much, or I'll really start feeling guilty about it. I understand. Yuan said. Sometime later, they approached the cashier to pay for their techniques. The source of this content is lightnovelpub. Thank you for visiting our myriad of techniques. How may I help you today? A young man greeted them from behind the counter. Yes, I would like to purchase these techniques. Yuan placed his demon sealing technique and Yurao's wind blade onto the table. Yes, right away. The young man picked up Yurao's technique first and said, this will cost 200,000 gold coins. 200,000 gold coins? Why is it so expensive? It's only a mortal rank technique. Yuro exclaimed. Even Yuan was shocked by this unexpected price. Why is this technique so expensive compared to the techniques Head brought? I don't know what to tell you, young lady. Martial techniques such as this wind blade are very rare and powerful and usually worth this much, and it's a technique from the second floor. In fact, our myriad of techniques is very affordable and cheap when compared to most stores out there with our pricing. If you went to another store, they would probably charge around 300,000 gold coins for this technique. Though, if you want something cheaper, there are many techniques that cost less than 1,000 gold coins on the first floor with some costing even less than 100 gold coins. No way. Yuro sighed before turning to look at Yuan. It's okay, brother. I'll just look for something cheaper on the first floor. Visit lightnovelpus/b/com for a better experience. However, Yuan said, it's okay, Yuro. If you want this technique, I'll buy it for you. And before you say anything to me, I already know what you're going to say, but I won't change my mind, so just keep quiet and nod your head. After hearing his words, Yuro, who was about to persuade him, slowly nodded her head with a dazed look on her face. After listening to the siblings' conversation, the young man behind the counter went to pick up the technique Yuan had picked. However, when he saw the name of this technique, his eyes widened with shock, and he turned to look at Yuan with deep respect in his eyes. Chapter 74 Feeling Pain. The Demon's Sealing Technique. This is a technique from the third floor. And it's even the most powerful one. The young man looked at Yuan with a feeling of deep admiration in his gaze, as only the top geniuses with at least a major destiny are qualified to step onto the third floor. However, while the Demon's Sealing Technique is an extremely powerful technique that can seal even the strongest of demons with a single move, it is also extremely hard to learn, and it will take even top geniuses many years to even grasp the surface of this technique, hence why most people avoid it. This technique will be free of charge, esteemed guest. The young man said to Yuan with a smile on his face. What? Free of charge? Yuro exclaimed with disbelief on her face. How come she has to pay 200,000 gold coins for her technique whilst Yuan won't be charged even a single coin? That's outrageous. Yes, one can receive a technique of their choice for free if they qualified to enter the third floor. Yuan explained to her why he didn't need to pay. Unfair. Yuro sighed. Sometime later, Yuan paid the young man 200,000 gold coins for Wind Blade, leaving only a little over 200,000 gold coins for himself. If I keep spending money at this rate, my wallet won't last, and I'll run out of money before Yuro returns to school. Yuan cried inwardly. However, no matter how much it might pain his heart or wallet, he won't be humble when it comes to helping Yuro. Thank you for your purchase, esteemed guests. Follow current novels on lightno/l/pub/com. The young man handed the techniques back to Yuan, who then handed the wind blade to Yuro. Thank you, brother. Yuro accepted the wind blade with an ecstatic expression on her face. Sometime later, they left the myriad of techniques. Although I won't be here for long, I hope to see you again in the future, Daoist Tian, Zhu Yueying said to him at the entrance. Yes, thank you for everything, too. Yuan nodded at her. After leaving the myriad of techniques, Yuan asked Yuro, what should we do now? It's getting late, brother. And it's almost time for dinner, so we'll stop here for today. Okay, I will see you on the other side, Yuan said. Yuro logged off a few seconds later. This content is taken from li/knovel/pub. C/om, we'll be back tomorrow, Xiaohua. Xiaohua nodded and disappeared into his necklace. Yuan also logged off shortly later. What the heck? Yuan immediately frowned after logging off, as a strong smell that resembled rotten eggs suddenly assaulted his nose. What's this smell? It smells like shit. Yuan felt like puking, but then he realized something. Updated from li/gitnovel/ub. Come, wait a second, this smell. I have smelled this awful smell before. Yuan suddenly recalled the impurities his body had discharged. However, that only made him more confused. Why would he be smelling something that had experienced in the game? A moment later, the door opened, and Yuro walked into his room. Brother, here I am, aw. Brother? Are you okay? Yuro suddenly shrieked in a terrified voice shortly after entering his room. What happened, Yuro? Yuan was startled by her shouting. Why does this room smell so awful, and what are those black gunks sticking to your body? Yuro exclaimed. Be black gunks. Yuan immediately turned speechless after hearing her words. Although he couldn't see his own body, in Yuro's eyes, his body was pretty much submerged in this black gunk, looking like someone had poured a bucket of waste on him. For more, visit lig/novelpub.com. Please wait for a minute, brother. I will be right back. Yuan immediately ran back outside to look for the servants. Meanwhile, Yuan was pondering with a serious frown on his face. Black gunk. Impurities? No, that shouldn't be possible. Why would my real body discharge impurities when it happened in the game? But this awful smell is exactly like the impurities in the game. Yuan pondered and pondered, but he was unable to find an explanation for this phenomenon. What if what happens in the game also affects the real world? Yuan mumbled in a low voice before turning silent again. A moment later, he laughed, ha ha ha. What nonsense am I thinking? There's no way that's possible. If that was the case, wouldn't I also be able to cultivate in the real world? After laughing for a few seconds, Yuan suddenly stopped laughing and mumbled to him, well, it won't hurt to try. Yuan took a few deep breaths as he would before cultivation, and he tried to recall the technique Heaven's secret art. A moment later, almost as though it was embedded inside his memories, the scripture appeared inside his head. However, just because he can remember the contents of the technique does not actually mean he'll be able to use it. A few more moments later, Yuan took another deep breath before he started reciting the cultivation technique consuming heaven technique as though he was cultivating in the game. Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, ouch. Yuan suddenly cried out loud after feeling sharp pain appear all over his body, feeling as though he was being stabbed by needles everywhere, which quickly forced him to stop cultivating. What was that? Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice, as he wasn't expecting anything to happen. However, to his surprise, his body actually had a reaction when he tried to cultivate. Even though it was unpleasant and very painful, it is still a reaction nonetheless. And wanting to confirm that it was not just his imaginations, Yuan tried to cultivate again. A few seconds later, the same pain occurred within his body. Ah! It hurt. It really hurts. Ha 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 ha. It actually hurts. I can actually feel something. Yuan laughed loudly, as it has been a long time since he had felt any profound sensation from his body ever since it became numb and crippled. Sometime later, Yuan returned to his room with a wheelchair and some servants. Visit lightno/velpub.com for a better experience. *cough*. The servants were caught off guard by the intense smell and began coughing, feeling like they were being choked by the stench. Brother, let's get you out of that bed and clean those black gunk off your body. I have also called for a doctor who will be here shortly to look at your body. Yuan said to him as she pulled his body from the sticky impurities with effort and while ignoring the smell that was assaulting her nose. Once Yuan was seated in the wheelchair, Yuan said to the servants, I want this place cleaned up by tomorrow morning. However, keep some of that black gunk for the doctor to examine later. Yes, young lady. The servants bowed to her with respect, not daring to utter a single complaint in her presence. After Yuan left the room with Yuan, the servants immediately began to curse under their breaths. What the heck? Why do we have to clean after that cripple? What even are these black gunks? It's all sticky and nasty, not to mention its horrendous smell. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. This is probably caused by the young master's condition. I have never seen anything like this before, but I won't be surprised he dies within the next few days. The faster he passes the better. I feel bad for the young lady, who wasted so many hours of her life tending to him only for him to die like that. While the servants started cleaning the stinky room and the dirty bed, Yuan entered the bathroom with Yuan. After taking off Yuan's clothes, Yuan used the shower head to rinse the impurities off his body. Once that was done, she began scrubbing his body that was still sitting on the wheelchair with some fragrant body wash. However, because the stench from the impurities was quite strong, Yuan had to wash and rinse his body 3 times before the rotten smell could fully disappear. I'm sorry, Yuan. Yuan sighed. What are you saying now? I have been washing your body like this once a week for years now. This is not much different except for the smell. Yuan said to him. And she continued, I can only hope that it's nothing serious and the doctor can explain what had caused that black gunk to appear. It's sticky and oily like wet slime, but I have never seen anything like this before. The source of this content is lig/nov/elp/ub. Me too. Yuan said. While he has an idea of what the black gunks are and why it appeared, he didn't dare to say it to her without confirmation, as he'd only sound crazy for saying such a thing. A few minutes later, after rinsing Yuan's body for the 4th time, Yuro said, "Give me a moment to rinse myself off." Sometime later, once Yuro cleaned the impurities that were sticking to her body, she pulled Yuan's light body off the wheelchair and carried him into the massive bathtub that was right beside them before sitting in the bathtub with him. "How do you feel right now, brother? Does it hurt anywhere? While there are no injuries on your body, I am still worried about your condition." Yuro asked him while hugging his back from behind. "No, I am perfectly fine," he quickly responded. "HAA. When I first saw you submerged in that black gunk, I was nearly scared to death, thinking that something terrible might have happened to you," she sighed in relief afterward. However, she still wasn't free of worries, as she still needed to know why his body discharged that black gunk. Chapter 75 Dr. Wang. After sitting in the large bathtub for a few minutes, Yuro suddenly noticed something different about Yuan's body, and she decided to ask, "Is it just me or did you get fatter, brother?" "What? Have you been feeding me more soup than usual?" Yuan responded in a puzzled voice. "No, I measure everything I cook, and I don't recall increasing the size of your meals. However, your body is clearly fatter than before, and it's not as bony," Yuro said as she looked at his bare body with a wondering look. "Are you sure you aren't imagining things? I cannot imagine why I would suddenly grow fatter. It's not as if I had been eating more." Yuan suddenly stopped talking midway through his sentence, as he realized something. Although he hasn't been fed more by Yuro, his meals have indeed increased recently, and by a fair amount. Impossible. Could it be caused by my food consumption in the game? Yuan thought to himself, and his suspicions grew stronger. "Well, as long as you don't grow to the point where I can no longer carry you, it should be fine, but I'll still ask the doctor about it later," Yuro said. 10 minutes later, a servant knocked on the bathroom door and said from the outside, "Young lady, Dr. Wang is here." "Okay, let's get out now, brother." Yuro tightly embraced his body from behind before standing up, pulling him with her. A few moments later, she placed him on a specially made table that was located right beside the bathtub before pressing a few buttons on the table. Follow current novels on light/novelpoo/b. Come soon. Warm wind began blowing from the sides of the table, quickly drying Yuan's body. In the meantime, Yuro dried her own body with a towel and wore a clean set of pajamas. Once she was fully clothed, she helped Yuan with his clothes next. After placing Yuan back on the wheelchair, Yuro led him outside and into another room, where an old man with grayish hair and a long beard was waiting. "Thank you for coming here despite it being so late, Dr. Wang." Yuro bowed to him. "Don't even mention it. Even if it was past midnight and I am already asleep, would immediately come here if summoned." Dr. Wang laughed as he stood up and walked to them. "So, what happened? You sounded pretty frantic on the phone, so I thought something must have happened to the young master. But he seems perfectly fine," Dr. Wang said after looking at Yuan's condition with his bare eyes. "In fact, he looks even healthier than my last visit." "Well, you see." Yuro proceeded to explain the situation, telling Dr. Wang about the black gunks that smelled like rotten eggs and Yuan getting fatter somehow when he has only been getting lighter throughout the years. Black gunks that smell like rotten eggs? Interesting. Dr. Wang closed his eyes to ponder. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "I have only heard of such situations in ancient medicine books but have never seen it personally. Do you have a sample of the black gunks that I can look at? Visit Light Novel Pub. Com for the best novel reading experience, yes. I will be right back," Yuro said as she rushed back to Yuan's room for the sample. Once Yuro left the room, Dr. Wang looked at Yuan with a pitiful gaze. Out of the tens of thousands of patients he'd treated before, Yuan's condition was one of kind. While he has seen patients with similar conditions, they were mostly caused by accidents or due to natural-born illnesses. Yuan, however, is neither sick nor injured. At least not a single doctor from around the world was able to find anything wrong with his body after many years of effort. Even Dr. Wang himself, who is recognized as one of the best doctors in the world, cannot find the source of Yuan's problems and was baffled by this phenomenon. Young master, have you felt any pain or uncomfortable feeling within your body lately? Dr. Wang asked Yuan sometime later. No, Yuan said, not telling Dr. Wang about the pain he'd felt when he tried to cultivate. What about other feelings besides pain or discomfort? Well, this might sound weird, but I have been feeling more energetic as of lately. If I could, would be jumping around right now, Yuan said with a bittersweet smile. Full of energy. Dr. Wang looked at Yuan with wide eyes. This is his first time hearing such words coming from Yuan's mouth. What about your diet? Have your meals changed lately? Dr. Wang then asked. No, I am still eating nothing but soup, Yuan said in a sighing voice. Visit Light Novel Pub, calm for a better experience. What about the amount? Did the young lady increase your portions? No, she told me that herself not long ago. I am going to feel your pulse now. Dr. Wang then turned his hand and began examining his pulses. A few moments later, Dr. Wang retrieved a stethoscope from his bag and began listening to Yuan's heartbeats. How strange. Dr. Wang suddenly mumbled in a puzzled voice. Is there something wrong? Yuan asked him with a worried frown. Oh, no. In fact, it's the opposite of that. Dr. Wang responded in a surprised voice, and he continued, my eyes were not wrong. Your condition has indeed improved since our last checkup. Really? Yuan exclaimed in an excited voice. Even though his improved condition doesn't have any meaning overall and he's still crippled, it still made him happy to know that he was getting healthier, and it will also make Yuro happy once she hears about it. I wouldn't lie to my patients even if it's the last thing I do, Dr. Wang chuckled. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light/No/Velpub. A few minutes later, Yuro returned to the room with a small plastic container that contained a little of the impurities that were discharged by Yuan. Ho! This is the blank gunk that came from the young master's body. Fascinating. Dr. Wang looked at the impurities with great interest, and he continued, it resembles dirty engine oil at glance, but I have never seen anything like this before. Can I open it? He looked at Yuro, who immediately looked hesitant. Yuro then walked to the door with Yuan before opening the door a little. Okay, you can open it now. Yuro said to him afterward. Dr. Wang stared at her with wide eyes. Surely, the smell isn't as bad as they make it out to be, right? After swallowing his nervousness, Dr. Wang opened the container slightly and took a quick sniff of the black gunk inside. *URG. Follow current novels on /lig/novel/pub/. Dr. Wang gagged after smelling the stench and immediately sealed the container again. What in Lord's name was that foul smell? I had many unpleasant experiences with foul smells as a doctor, but this experience was almost unbearable. Dr. Wang exclaimed with trembling hands before placing it on the floor, as he didn't even dare to touch the container anymore. After a moment of silence, Dr. Wang continued, I will have no idea what that black gunk is without examining it more closely with proper equipment, so I'll bring it back to my lab first thing tomorrow to examine it. Thank you, Dr. Wang. Yuro said to him from the door, still not daring to approach him. Anyway, I have examined the young master's body and wasn't able to find anything wrong or different about him except the fact that his body is slightly healthier than before. Dr. Wang gave Yuro a brief explanation of the results. Nothing wrong with him? His health even improved? Are you sure about that, Dr. Wang? Yuro looked at him with a pleasantly surprised look. Yes, so you shouldn't worry about this incident too much. However, without identifying that black gunk, I do not dare to give you a clearer answer. That's okay. I am already more than satisfied with the results. Yuan said with a bright smile on her face. Did you hear that, brother? You're getting healthier. New novel chapters are published on lig/novelpus/b//com. Yes. I heard. Yuan said with a slight smile on his face. Anyway, since there's nothing else we can do before I examine the black gunk, I will take my leave now. Though you should continue keeping an eye on the young master just in case anything else happens, and if that happens, make sure to call me and I will drop everything and run here. I will. Thank you again, Dr. Wang. Yuan bowed to him as he left. Ha ha ha. I am envious of you, young master. If only I had such a caring sister to take care of me every day. Dr. Wang laughed loudly as he disappeared from their sight. Once Dr. Wang left, Yuan said to Yuan, brother, let's sleep together tonight. The maids are still cleaning your room, and like Dr. Wang just said, I need to keep an eye on you. Okay, I'll be in your care tonight, Yuan said. A few minutes later, once Yuan returned to her own room with Yuan, she suddenly said, oh, right. You still haven't eaten because of this incident. I will be right back, brother. After carrying Yuan onto her bed, Yuan disappeared into the kitchen to prepare dinner for him. Now that I am alone, let's try cultivating again. Even though it hurts like hell, the pain gradually lessens the more I try to cultivate. Yuan said inwardly as he prepared himself mentally for the pain. Follow current novels on lightnovelp/ub.com. Sometime later, Yuan took a deep breath and began reciting the cultivation technique in his head. Chapter 76. Feeling nothing but pain. Ouch. Ah. Shit. Ack. Yuan spent nearly half an hour trying to cultivate while enduring the intense pain that came from it, but to no avail, feeling nothing but pain and with no progress. Why? Why can't I cultivate when there's clearly a reaction? Every time I feel like I am close to a breakthrough, the pain immediately interrupts my breakthrough. Yuan sighed inwardly. I guess I'll have to ask Xiaohua and see if she knows something about this. Visit l/itnovelp/u/b/com for a better experience. Once Yuan returned to the room with dinner a few minutes later, Yuan decided to stop cultivating for the time being to eat dinner. Sometime later, Yuan said to him, brother, you can go ahead and sleep first. I am going to surf the internet to see if there is anything we can do together tomorrow. Okay. Good night, Yuan. Yuan said to her. Good night, brother. After tucking Yuan into bed, Yuan went to her computer and began surfing the internet, and as usual, she went to look at the forums to see if there was anything new or important she should know about. Player Yuan made the headlines again? What did he do this time? Yuan saw the posts that were marked hot and quickly clicked on the link. Player Yuan has become the first player to learn a heaven rank technique. Player Yuan shocks the world again with his insane progression speed. Just how is Player Yuan these high-ranking techniques? Click here to find out. So Player Yuan now has a divine rank technique and a heaven rank technique, whilst the rest of us are still running around with mortal rank techniques. Yuan shook her head. New novel chapters are published on lightnovelpub.com. This Player Yuan is simply too amazing and unfathomable. How is he able to achieve such results? What is he doing differently from others? Is he really even a real player? What if Player Yuan is actually an admin screwing with everybody? That seemed more plausible than Player Yuan being a cheater. After reading all of the new forum threads about Player Yuan, Yuan for some reason decided to turn to look at her brother, who was already sound asleep on her bed. After pondering for a good moment, she returned to the internet and searched for the wealth leaderboards. What? There are already so many people on the wealth leaderboards? Yuan exclaimed in a low but surprised voice. It has only been a few days since the wealth leaderboards was unlocked by Player Yuan, and there were already 1,000 players from all around the world that has managed to amass over 1 million gold. Obviously, these 1,000 people were not your regular players but some of the wealthiest players in the world who took advantage of their wealth to buy gold coins from other players through real-world trading just so they can get onto the wealth leaderboards. Let's see if I can find my brother's name here. Yu began scrolling through the 1,000 names. After all, if Yuan could easily take out 431,000 gold coins and spend it on her without batting an eyelid, he should be on the wealth leaderboards. New novel chapters are published on lightnov//elpub/com. However, Yu was unable to find the name Yuan on the wealth leaderboards even after scrolling all the way to the very bottom of the list, which was not too surprising, as he'd spent nearly 500,000 already, and that could have kicked him off the wealth leaderboards. Now that I think about it, what is Brother Tian's name in Cultivation Online? I never got to ask him, she thought to herself after this realization. Whatever, I'll just ask him tomorrow. Yu shrugged before returning to the forums, where she navigated to the events section. Once she was in the events section, where players from all over the cultivation world share their experience with past and ongoing events to others for contribution points, which they can redeem for gold coins in-game. Let's see if there are any ongoing events near Spring City that we can attend together. Yu proceeded to type Spring City in the search bar. Literally, a second later, over 10 pages of results that mentioned Spring City was in front of her. Most of these have already ended. Oh. What's this? There will be a major event tomorrow at Spring City where the Lord of the City, the Xian family, will be hosting a disciple recruitment exam for the Dragon Essence Temple, a very prominent sect in the cultivation world. Only those above the 3rd level Spirit Apprentice realm can join. Dragon Essence Temple? Recruiting disciples? Yu raised her eyebrows. Updated from /lig/novelpub/. She then opened a new tab on her web browser and looked up the term sect. Let's see. Sects are an organization dedicated to the practice of cultivation and martial arts. Disciples from a sect can receive training from the sect elders and may even obtain valuable rewards from the sect to further assist their cultivation. So they are basically schools for cultivators. Yu then turned to look at Yuan again, thinking to herself, if I recall correctly, Brother has always expressed his desire to experience school life. Even though he cannot do that in this world, he can definitely do it in the cultivation world. Albeit it'll be different from our schools, it's better than nothing at all. Good. It's decided. We'll try to join this sect together and do our best as cultivators. Yu nodded to herself with a resolute expression on her face. After looking around the internet for a few more minutes, Yu also went to bed, but since Yuan cannot feel his body and his body itself is quite fragile, she must make sure to keep a safe distance from him and even place some padding between him to make a small wall, as it would be disastrous if she accidentally rolled into him and injure his body. Once she closed her eyes, Yu fell asleep rather quickly. Yu woke up early in the morning, as usual, to clean herself before preparing herself for her piano lessons. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnov/b/com. Once her morning lessons were done, Yu went to prepare breakfast for Yuan. Good morning, Yu. Yuan greeted her when she returned to the room with food in her hands. Good morning, brother. It feels weird to be greeting you in my own room, she chuckled. After washing Yuan's face and brushing his teeth, Yu fed him chicken soup. Brother, I think I know what we should do next, she said to him as she fed him. What do you want to do? You have always wanted to experience school, right? Well, there are these places known as sects within Cultivation Online, and they are basically schools for cultivators. I know they're not the same, but it's the only way for you to experience school right now. Sects. What a coincidence. I was also about to ask if you wanted to join one with me. Yuan said in a surprised voice. Really? Then should we join one? She asked. This content is taken from l/it/novelpub/com, of course. Great. Then we should participate in the event in Spring City today. Yu said to him. Event? What event? There's an event in Spring City where the Lord of the City, the Xian family, will be recruiting disciples for the Dragon Essence Temple. If we pass this exam, we should be able to join this sect. The Xian family and the Dragon Essence Temple? If Yuan could see right now, he would be staring at Yu with wide eyes filled with surprise. What a coincidence. Not only did he plan on joining the Dragon Essence Temple in the future, but he also knew the Xian family. Okay, that sounds good, Yuan said. Then it's decided. One more thing, brother. Your room is still being cleaned by the maids, so you'll play beside me today, she said to him. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. Oh. I forgot. Your gaming helmet was also submerged in that black gunk and was tossed in the trash last night, so we'll have to get you a new one. What? They threw away my gaming helmet? What about my account? Don't tell me you'll have to create a new account. You must retrieve that helmet no matter how bad it smells. Yuan cried out loud, his voice filled with panic. He cannot imagine what he'll do if he really has to create a new account because of this. What will happen to Xiaohua, who is still inside the necklace? Would she remain there forever? That's terrifying to even think about. There's no need to panic, brother. Did you forget? You can only have one account and one character, and it doesn't matter how many times you change the gaming helmet, you'll still be able to play your character. Oh, right. I indeed forgot about that. Yuan said in a low voice before sighing in relief. Anyway, I'll go tell someone to buy one right now. Yu left the room to tell a maid to buy another console for Yuan. About an hour later, the maid returned to Yu with a brand new gaming helmet. Once everything was prepared, Yu and Yuan both laid on the same bed with the gaming helmet on their heads. I'll see you inside, brother. Yu said to Yuan before pressing the power button on his helmet, sending him into the game first before going inside herself. Visit live/tn/uvel/p/ub.com for a better experience. Welcome back, brother Yu, Tian. Xiaohua left the necklace a second after he logged on. Xiaohua. Thank God you won't be trapped inside that necklace forever. He sighed again after seeing her cute face. However, Xiaohua merely looked at him with a puzzled look on her face. Why would she be trapped inside the necklace forever? Chapter 77 Dragon Essence Temple Exam Token. Yu entered the game a few moments after Yuan. Are we all ready to take this exam? Yu asked them. Exam? Xiaohua looked at Yuan, as she had no idea what they were talking about. Yuan proceeded to explain to Xiaohua their plans for today and how they are going to partake in this exam to become disciples for the Dragon Essence Temple. Brother Tian is going to become a disciple for the Dragon Essence Temple? But it would be much more efficient for you to stay as a rogue cultivator and find resources in the wilderness than to join a sect, since you will have to compete against tens of thousands of disciples from the sect for resources, and the resources you get are not very valuable. Xiaohua said to him, finding his purpose quite puzzling and unnecessary. I know what you mean, but I am not becoming a disciple for the resources. Instead, I want to experience life as a cultivator and see how the other cultivators live. If I am going to become stronger as a cultivator, I should know more about them, right? Yuan said to her. Xiaohua turned silent after hearing his response. Indeed, Yuan needed a better understanding of cultivators and the cultivation world, as he was quite naive in this regard. Sometime later, Yuan and Xiaohua began making their way towards this exam site while being led by Yu. As they were walking, Yuan asked Xiaohua, Xiaohua, can I ask you a few questions regarding cultivation? I need some advice. What is it, brother Tian? She looked at him. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. Do you know why one might feel pain all over their body when they try to cultivate? It feels like being stabbed by needles. Hearing Yuan's words, Xiaohua immediately frowned with a worried expression on her face. Brother Tian, are you feeling pain when cultivating? She asked him, worried that it might be a side effect from eating too many monster cores. No. I am just asking, he quickly shook his head. Well. There are a few reasons why one would feel pain during cultivation, Xiaohua said, and she continued, one of them is simply because their meridians are blocked by impurities or other unnatural things. Another common reason would be damaged meridians. If one has damaged meridians, they would not be able to cultivate until healing them. What about a normal person who is trying to cultivate for the first time? When they try to cultivate, their body will feel intense pain, but it also feels as though they are making progress, like they are getting closer to their breakthrough. One's circumstances do not matter, Brother Tian. If their body experiences pain when trying to cultivate, there must be something wrong with their meridians or body, Xiaohua said to him. Then are there any methods to help with that kind of problem? Yuan asked. Yes, there are treasures that cleanses one's meridians, with some even restoring them to a healthy condition. If one is having trouble trying to become a cultivator, there are even treasures that can forcefully assist with their breakthrough. However, since medicines and treasures that can heal or affect one's meridians are very valuable, most people won't be able to buy them. Visit Light Novel Pub. Com for a better experience. Xiaohua then continued. In fact, the 7-colored herb in Brother Tian's possession is a key ingredient in many pill recipes that can affect one's meridians, hence why it's so sought after and valuable. The 7-colored herb, Yuan wondered if he would be able to cultivate in the real world if he consumes these treasures that can heal his meridians. After walking around the large city for half an hour, Yuan and the others finally reached the place of the exam, and they were able to spot it from very far away due to the large gathering that was already present there. Man, I can't wait to join the Dragon Essence Temple. What cultivation level are you now? I just reached 5th level Spirit Apprentice. Since I don't have much time to play, I only managed to reach the 3rd level today. What do you think the exam will look like? Who knows? I have never done this before. Updated from lightnov/l/pub // me neither. There appeared to be a good chunk of people within the crowd that were players, and they were all filled with excitement as they waited for the exam to start. Wow, there's a lot of people here, Yuan exclaimed after seeing the sea of people there. That's to be expected, since the Dragon Essence Temple is a renowned sect, and there are many players that still haven't joined a sect yet. Yuro said to him. Once they got closer to the area, Yuan looked around for the Xian family. I don't see Xian Wuhan or her father. Are they going to be here later? Yuan wondered to himself when he couldn't see their figures anywhere. After standing around for a few minutes, a group of individuals wearing similar clothes approached the area. If you are here for the initial exam for the Dragon Essence Temple, make a single file line here. The person in front of the small group, a middle-aged man with an unfriendly face, shouted loudly. Very quickly, the crowd began scrambling around. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub. C/OM. A few minutes later, Yuan and Yuro managed to secure a spot somewhere in the middle of the line, but they were still behind at least 100 people. Once there was an orderly line that snaked around the entire area, the middle-aged man spoke loudly. I am Elder Kong, a sect elder for the outer disciples from the Dragon Essence Temple, and I am here today to look for potential new disciples to join our sect. This is just the initial exam to see whether you are qualified to take the real exams, so you won't become a disciple for passing this exam. Once you qualify for this exam, you will be able to partake in the real exam directly at the Dragon Essence Temple 4 days from now. Oh, so we won't be able to experience this place together even if we pass this. Yuro sighed, and she continued, I also have school on that day, so I will miss the real examination regardless. Even if we can't go today, we can do it when you can play again, Yuan said to her. I won't join the sect without you. No, I don't want to be a burden for you, brother. My playing schedule is very limited, so I won't be able to play with you too often. I want you to experience the sect as a disciple even without me. Are you sure? Yuan asked her with a slight frown on his face. Of course. I wanted to join the sect for you, brother. If you don't join the sect because of me, they'll feel extremely guilty about it, since that's the opposite of my intentions. Yuro said to him. After a moment of silence, Yuan nodded, okay, I'll join the sect. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light/Novel Pub. That's good. Yuro smiled. Once I become a disciple, perhaps I can ask them to make an exception for you, so you will be able to become a disciple even without taking the exam. Yuan then said to her. Unless you become a very important individual in the sect, I don't think they would make that kind of exception. Yuro shook her head. There's no need to worry about that because Brother Tian will definitely become a famous disciple in no time, Xiaohua said to her. With Yuan's talents, he could easily become a core disciple for the Dragon Essence Temple. Is that so? Yuro mumbled, wondering where her confidence was coming from. While her brother may be exceptionally talented, there are countless geniuses in the cultivation world, and a prominent place such as the Dragon Essence Temple will surely have a few geniuses that could rival Yuan, right? After all, there is a saying there's always someone better than you. After standing in the line for half an hour, it was finally Yuan's turn to take the exam. Name? Elder Kong asked Yuan without looking at him, keeping his own gaze on the clipboard in his hands. The source of this content is lightnov/lpub, c/om, ution, he said. What's your cultivation level and age? Elder Kong then asked in an uninterested tone, almost like he didn't want to be there. Yuan immediately hesitated. F5th level spirit apprentice, 18 years old, he decided to lie. 5th level spirit apprentice? Yuro looked at him with raised eyebrows and a suspicious gaze. Although she cannot see his cultivation level, surely he must be above 5th level spirit apprentice, right? After all, had defeated 4 players at the same level with ease. Yu Tian, 5th level spirit apprentice, 18 years old. Elder Kong wrote his name and age on the clipboard without even looking at him. Place your hands on the crystal ball behind me. If it glows green, you pass. Next. Yuan nodded and went to touch the crystal ball that was managed by the disciples that came with Elder Kong. Visit lig/tno/velpub /. Com for a better experience. A few moments later, the crystal ball glowed a bright green. Congratulations, you pass. Take this token. You'll need it for the real exam. Without it, you won't be able to partake in the examination, so don't lose it. The disciple said to Yuan before handing him a small jade token. You have obtained Dragon Essence Temple exam token, thank you, Yuan said to them before leaving the place with the others. You're not going to take the exams, Xiaohua? Yuro asked her afterward. No, Xiaohua shook her head. Chapter 78 Center of Attention. Why not? Aren't you going to the sect with Brother Tian? Yuro raised her eyebrows. Xiaohua follows Brother Tian wherever he goes, she quickly nodded. How will you follow my brother into the sect if you're not a disciple? Yuro asked. Xiaohua can follow Brother Tian as a servant since disciples are allowed to have servants with them, she responded. A servant. Yuro looked at her with wide eyes. However, while Xiaohua called herself a servant, Yuro did not think about the pet system and took her words quite literally as a servant like the maids in their Yu family's household. By the way, what should we do now that we cannot join the sect instantly? Should we just return to doing quests? Yuan asked a moment later. I want to learn the technique we just bought, but I don't want to spend too much time on it. Yuro sighed. It's okay. Have some confidence in yourself, Yuro. After all, you're also a genius yourself, Yuan said to her with a gentle smile on his face. Brother. Yuro nodded a moment later. Xiaohua, do you know of a good place where she can practice silently? Should we return to Cultivator's Haven? Yuan decided to ask her. Updated from lightno/velpub. No, there are better places for learning techniques, she said. Just like how there are formations that can speed up your cultivation speed, there are also formations that can help with your comprehension. However, it doesn't actually boost one's comprehension skill, only create an atmosphere where one can concentrate much easier. That sounds like the perfect place for learning techniques. What is this place called? Yuro spoke with excitement in her voice. Pagoda of Tranquility, Xiaohua said. Pagoda of Tranquility? I don't think there's a building in this city with that name. Yuro said. That's because there isn't one in Spring City. If you want to go to that place, there's one in Nature City, which is about 100 miles away. 1,000 miles. It'll take us days to get there. Yu exclaimed. It'll only take a few hours if we fly there, Xiaohua said. Fly. Yu looked at her with wide eyes filled with surprise. Xiaohua nodded with a calm expression on her face before she started levitating in the air. The most up-to-date novels are published on li/knov/lpub/com. Why you're really flying? Yu then turned to look at Yuan and asked him, Did you know about this? Pretty much. Yuan nodded. Then he continued, but how are we supposed to take her with us? I don't think she can use the flying sword even with your help. Brother Tian can carry her, Xiaohua said. I guess that could work. Yuan nodded. He then retrieved the flying sword and waited for Xiaohua to support it with her spiritual energy. I'm going to carry you now, Yuan said as he lifted Yu's entire body effortlessly. Be brother? Yu's face immediately flushed with redness when Yuan suddenly carried her princess style. Hold still, Yuan said to her as he jumped onto the flying sword. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. This is a bit awkward, but I should manage. Yuan thought to himself as he adjusted his balance and posture. Are we ready to go, Brother Tian? Xiaohua asked him. Yes, go ahead, but don't go too fast. Yuan nodded. A moment later, Xiaohua flew towards the bright sky whilst controlling the flying sword. Look! Immortals! The pedestrians pointed at their disappearing figure with awe on their faces, and the players watched with dazed looks, hoping they would be able to do the same in the future. Aawa! Yu screamed with her eyes closed when they suddenly started moving, not daring to open them even many moments later, and her arms were tightly wrapped around Yuan's neck. Are you okay, Yu? Yuan asked her with a smile on his face. You won't fall, so don't worry. However, Yu still refused to open her eyes until many minutes later when she was finally getting used to the feeling of flying in the air, but her slender arms remained hugging Yuan's neck tightly. For more, visit lightnovel/pub/com. Wow. Yu looked at the passing scenery with her eyes filled with wonder. What do you think, Yu? Isn't this world beautiful? Yuan asked her a moment later. Yes. Yu said. After looking at the scenery for a few minutes, Yu turned to look at Yuan, who held a gentle smile on his handsome face as he carried her like some kind of prince, and Yu's gaze would remain on his face for the next few minutes. What's the matter? Yuan looked at her and asked after realizing that she was staring intensely at him. And nothing. Yu quickly said in a startled voice, feeling her heart rate skyrocketing afterward. Actually, I wanted to ask about Xiaohua. How come she can fly? What cultivation is she at? Spirit King? Yuan responded in a weird tone. Spirit King? What cultivation level is that? Yu raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. For more, visit li/ghtn/ovelpu/b/com. I think it's like 5 realms above the Spirit Apprentice realm. W8. 5 realms above me? That's ridiculously high. And you had someone powerful like her following you around this entire time? You can literally do anything in this game if you wanted with her around. Yu stared at him with a shocked gaze, and even more questions appeared inside her head. How come someone as powerful as Xiaohua is following him around? Who is Xiaohua, exactly? Yu narrowed her eyes at Yuan with a suspicious gaze, and she asked him, Brother. I have been meaning to ask you this question for a while now, but what is your in-game name? Yuan's body immediately stiffened after hearing her question, and his back and hands quickly became sweaty. Why did I pick Yuan as my name? What if she learns about that because of this? I don't want to lose her. Yuan sighed inwardly. Brother? Are you okay? Why aren't you saying anything? It's just your in-game name. There's no need to be so secretive. Yuan said to him a moment later, her suspicions growing even stronger. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub. Komi could lie to her, but she will learn the truth sooner or later, about my name and that, and I cannot bear the guilt of lying straight to her face, not after everything that she's done, sacrificed for me. After seeing the perplexed expression on Yuan's face, Yuan said, "It's okay, brother. Although I don't know the reason, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I can wait until you are ready to tell me." "No, it's okay," Yuan suddenly said. "I'll tell you." "Are you sure?" "You don't have to force yourself. While there are a few reasons why I don't want to say it, you are my precious little sister, and I simply can't say no to you," Yuan said with a bittersweet on his face. After taking a deep breath, Yuan spoke in a slightly shaky voice. "In this world, I have given myself the name Yuan." Yuan. Yuan looked at him with wide eyes filled with surprise, but she was not shocked. In fact, she was feeling somewhat relieved. After staring at Yuan for a good minute, Yuan turned to look at Xiaohua, who was staring back at her with a silent gaze. Yuan then closed her eyes and took a deep breath before speaking in a surprisingly calm voice. "I see, so you were player Yuan this entire time. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub, ////C/OM, I'm sorry for trying to hide it from you, Yuan. It's just that there are many people who are angry at me and trying to hunt me for some reason, and I didn't want you to think of me as some villain or someone who is hated by others." Yuan shook her head and even caressed his cheeks with her hand. "Don't be silly, brother. I don't care what the others think about you, and even if the entire world is against you, I would never hate you. After all, you are still my precious brother who was always there when I needed someone." She then continued, "And I think I know the reason why so many people are trying to hunt you, so you don't need to worry about that." "Really? Why?" Yuan asked her. "It's simple, brother. They are jealous of you, of your talents. No matter if it's the real world or in video games, there will always be people who will be envious of your talents, so you shouldn't pay too much attention to them. Anyway, as expected of you, brother. Not only did you shock the world with your talents in the real world, but you are also causing quite the commotion in the gaming scene. No matter where you go, whether you are aware or not, you are always in some kind of spotlight." You are exaggerating, Yuan. Whether I am exaggerating or not, it is a fact that you have once again become the center of attention across the world. Although the world may no longer care about the name Yuan after you disappeared from the entertainment world, everybody is currently paying attention to the name Yuan and watching your every step, so make sure you don't let them down, brother. Of course, I will also be watching you," Yuan said to him with a smile on her beautiful face. Yuan nodded. Follow current novels on li/gt/no/ve/pub.com. Chapter 79 Pagoda of Tranquility. So Brother Tian is actually the mysterious player Yuan, huh? Yuan thought to herself with a subtle smile on her face as she rested her head on Yuan's chest as they soared across the sky on a flying sword. No wonder why I was so interested in his identity. Maybe I somehow knew that it was my brother, hence why I took interest in him in the first place. As for player Yuan being a little girl, it must be Xiaohua that they're talking about since they are always together. How did they even mistake her for my brother? If mother and father learn about this, they will probably be shocked, but I cannot tell them, or they might try to take advantage of brother again, and I cannot allow him to suffer anymore. Yuan lifted her head slightly to look at Yuan's handsome face again, and he looked much better than before, as he felt as though the invisible mountain on his shoulders had disappeared after telling Yuan the truth. Player Yuan, the only player in the world with a divine grade and heaven grade technique. He also has a divine grade servant. Yuan suddenly realized something, and she opened her mouth to speak. Brother, you have a divine grade servant, right? What does it look like? Can you summon it for me to see later? Yuan turned to look at Xiaohua and said, I'm pretty sure you have already met her, Yuro also turned to look at Xiaohua, her gaze filled with shock. What? Xiaohua is the divine grade servant? Humans can also be servants? I had no idea that was even possible. Yuro exclaimed after learning this shocking information. No wonder why she's following you around despite her crazy cultivation level. You sure are lucky to find someone like her, brother. Yuro said to him. The source of this content is Light Novelpub. However, Xiaohua shook her head and said, no, Xiaohua is the lucky one to have met brother Tian. You can call me Yuan again, Xiaohua, Yuan said to her. Okay, brother Yuan. Xiaohua nodded, feeling more familiar with this name. Brother, can you tell me about your adventures as Yuan? Yuro asked him sometime later, and she continued, would love to know the story behind player Yuan's achievements. Yuan nodded and said, of course. He proceeded to tell her about his adventure since he started the game. He began the story with how he met Xiaohua. Then he told her about his encounter with these two experts fighting each other in the sky before his adventures at the Flying Sword sect. Then he recalled what happened at the auction house and how he managed to unlock the wealth leaderboards, becoming the richest player in the game instantly. He told her about the dangers of this world and how he encountered and killed the demonic spider. And lastly, he spoke about what happened at Pang City and how he defended the city from tens of thousands of monsters, eventually slaying the Mountain Lord and becoming the hero of an entire city. Yuro held a shocked face as she listened to his ridiculous story that sounded like a fantasy, yet her heart was filled with admiration for Yuan, who managed to achieve so many unbelievable things in such a short time. What a crazy adventure you've experienced, brother. It's like you started your adventure in the endgame while everyone else started from the very beginning. If not for you, I would still be doing gathering quests right now and probably for the rest of the week. What about your goals, brother? What do you hope to achieve in this game? Yuro then asked him. New novel chapters are published on Light Novelpub, //c//om. I originally wanted to just explore this world at my own pace and have fun together with you, but now. Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. I want to become strong and raise my cultivation base so that nobody can bully us like what happened when those players tried to rob us. Then my goal is to become strong enough so that I won't slow you down, Mr. Player Yuan. Yuro chuckled. Yuan smiled and said, like I said, Yuro. You don't have to worry about that. I'll play with you regardless of how far you are behind, and I am also going to do my best to assist you. Now that I know your real identity, I won't be humble about it any longer. She laughed. A few hours later, they reached Nature City, landing a few miles from the city because Yuro didn't want them to attract too much attention with their flying abilities. After paying the entrance fees, Yuro asked the guards by the entrance, do you know where Pagoda of Tranquility is? Yes, if you walk straight down this road, you will arrive at this 3-story pagoda in about 10 minutes. One of the guards quickly answered her question with a slightly bashful expression on his face after seeing Yuro's pretty face. Thank you. Yuro said with a blinding smile, and the guard felt as though an arrow had pierced his heart. Once they knew which way to go, Yuan and the other two began making their way to the Pagoda of Tranquility. This content is taken from Light Novelpub. Sometime later, they arrived at this luxurious pagoda that gave a similar atmosphere to Cultivator's Haven. Let's go inside, Yuan said as he entered the building. Welcome to Pagoda of Tranquility. How may I help you all today? The receptionist behind the counter waved at them. I'd like to rent a room, Yuan said. Which floor would you like a room in? The higher floors will have a higher quality formation, improving the effects and your concentration. The best room you have available, Yuan responded without hesitation. We have 3 rooms available on the 3rd floor, and that would be 10 gold coins per hour. The receptionist said. Only 10 gold per hour? This is much cheaper than Cultivator's Haven. Yuan thought to himself. Let me get 2 rooms, 10 hours each, he said a moment later. The source of this content is Light Novelpub. That would be 200 gold coins, said the receptionist. Yuan nodded and handed him the money. May I know your names? Yu Tian, Yu Rou, and Xiao Hua, he said. A few moments later, after writing their names down, the receptionist handed them 2 keys. Thank you for coming to our Pagoda of Tranquility. The receptionist bowed to them before they went upstairs. Once they were on the 3rd floor, Yu Rou said to Yuan, Brother, I am going to spend 4 hours and see if I can learn it by then. Don't worry, Yu Rou. You can spend as much time as you need, and knowing your talents, I am confident that you'll learn it in no time, Yuan said to her. Yu Rou nodded and went into one of the available rooms that had a wooden door instead of a boulder this time, as learning techniques did not require as much peace and silence as one would during cultivation. Follow current novels on l/itnov/lpub/com. Once Yu Rou was inside the room, she immediately sat down on the floor and retrieved the wind blade technique from her storage pouch, and she began studying it with a serious expression on her face. Meanwhile, inside Yuan's room, he was sitting in the lotus position as Xiao Hua recited Heaven's secret art for him. Even though he does not have any new techniques to learn, he was nowhere near mastering the divine grade technique, and he wanted to take this chance to improve his understanding as much as possible. If I have a better understanding of this technique, I might be able to finally cultivate in the real world, too. Yuan thought to himself as he closed his eyes and listened to Xiao Hua recite the technique for him. 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Yu Rou knocked on Yuan's door. How did it go, Yu Rou? Did you learn the technique? Yuan asked her after opening the door. No, she shook her head, and she continued, but I am getting very close to understanding it. I just need a few more hours. Take as long as you need, Yu Rou. If 10 hours isn't enough, I'll pay for more. Yuan said to her. It's all right, brother. I should learn the technique with the remaining 6 hours left. She spoke with confidence written all over her face before she returned to her own room and continued to study the technique. Yuan also returned to listening to Xiao Hua's voice shortly later. For more, visit lightnov/lpub/com a few hours later. Your comprehension for Heaven's secret art has reached a new level, Heaven's secret art mastery level, 2, 3. You have learned Heaven's 3rd secret art, Heavenly domain rank, divine mastery level, 1 description, holding absolute authority within your domain, dominate the battlefield, and pressure your enemies with the heavenly domain. Heavenly domain. Yuan mumbled in a low voice after learning this technique. The source of this content is lightno/velpub.com. Congratulations, Brother Yuan. You are only in the spirit warrior realm, but your understanding of Heaven's secret art is already near Xiao Hua's level. It's almost like this technique was made for you. Xiao Hua said to him afterward. Thank you, Xiao Hua. This array below us is amazing. My mind is much clearer than normal, allowing me to concentrate even more. Yuan said to her. Anyway, even though there's still some time before our time is over, let's leave for now and wait for Yu Rou to finish. Yuan and Xiao Hua left the room shortly later and proceeded to stand outside Yu Rou's room, patiently waiting for her to finish her last hour inside the room. Chapter 80 Results. You have learned Wind Blade rank, Mortal Mastery level, 1 description, summon wind blades that can attack foes from a distance. Requires at least 500 chi to activate. Yes. I finally managed to learn it. Yu Rou exclaimed in excitement after seeing the notification, feeling relieved that she did not have to waste any more time on it. How much time do I have left in this room? Yu Rou turned to look at the timer beside the door. 10 minutes left. Her eyes widened with surprise after seeing that it had taken her nearly 10 hours to learn a single mortal rank technique. I really cannot compare to Brother Tian, who can learn techniques as easy as breathing, she sighed loudly. After storing the wind blade technique into her storage pouch, Yu Rou went outside to knock on Yuan's door, but to her surprise, he was already outside and waiting for her. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com, brother. When did you come out? I didn't make you wait too long, right? She asked him. No, we just came out, he said with a smile. Anyway, how did it go? Were you able to learn the technique? Yuan nodded with a bright smile. I barely managed to learn it in those 10 hours. Congratulations, Yuan said. I am nothing compared to you, brother. Yuan shook her head. That's not true, he said. You don't need to try and comfort me, brother. I have known very well about the difference between our talents for years now. This is nothing new. Yuan said, and she continued, anyway, now that I have learned a new technique, I would like to use it, so let's go hunting some monsters. Yuan nodded, okay, where do you want to go? The most up-to-date novels are published on Li/GHT/No/Velpub, C/OM, anywhere that has low-level monsters, preferably ones around the first level to second level Spirit Apprentice, she said. There are plenty of beasts below the third level Spirit Apprentice a few miles from this city, Xiaohua said. Great. Then let's go. Yuan said. They proceeded to walk downstairs and returned the keys to the receptionist before leaving the building. Once they were outside, Yuan retrieved his flying sword and jumped onto it with Yuan in his arms. A few moments later, they soared towards the sky and flew for a few minutes until they were a couple of miles away from Nature City. There are a few first-level Spirit Apprentice beasts below us, Xiaohua said to them. Oh. I want to fight them. Yuan said. Xiaohua nodded, and they descended to the ground a moment later. For more, visit light/novelpub.com, where is it? Yuan asked after they landed 200 meters that way. Xiaohua pointed south. Okay. Yuan proceeded to walk in that direction with wide strides, clearly impatient to try out her new skill. Slow down, Yuan. The monsters aren't going anywhere, Yuan said to her with a smile after seeing her excitement. A few moments later, Yuan could finally see the monster. It was a slightly oversized fox with orange fur and red eyes. That's a red-eyed fox. They are nimble but weak. If you don't hit it with your first strike, you won't have a second chance because it will run away, Xiaohua said in a low voice. Yuan nodded and retrieved her spirit waver. After taking a deep breath, she gathered her spiritual energy before waving her fan a moment later. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com, Wind Blade. An arc of wind resembling long-distance sword attacks suddenly flew from the spirit waver and at the red-eyed fox. However, because this is Yuan's first time using the skill and the spirit waver, her aim was way off target, missing the red-eyed fox by a long shot. Bang! The wind blade did a weird turn in the air before flying into a tree and destroying it with ease. When the red-eyed fox saw this, it immediately turned around and ran away. Wow! No wonder why this skill cost so much despite being a mortal rank technique. It's really powerful. Yuan's eyes flickered with excitement after seeing the skill's destructive power. The strength is comparable to a technique at the Earth rank technique, Xiaohua said to her. And she continued, if it doesn't hit the target, it won't matter even if the technique is the strongest in the world, though. Visit lightno/ve/lpub.com for a better experience, I know, but it's actually very hard to control this skill. Yuan sighed. Unless your brother Yuan, one would normally require many hours of training before they can use a newly learned technique properly. Even if I have to practice for hundreds of hours, I am going to perfect this skill that my brother bought me. Yuan said with a resolute expression on her face. Sometime later, they continued to hunt low-level monsters with Xiaohua giving the directions and Yuan trying her best to hit her targets. An hour and countless misses later, Yuan finally managed to hit her target with Wind Blade, brutally cutting the monster in half as it did to the tree before. Yuan. Isn't this technique like, a little too powerful? Yuan realized this after she witnessed how the monster nearly exploded into a bloody mess. Isn't it a good thing that the technique's powerful? Yuan tilted his head, not understanding her worries. I mean, of course, but it's a little too brutal for my taste. Yuan sighed. How can an elegant young lady like her use such a savage technique? It would definitely ruin her graceful image. Then do you want a new technique? Yuan asked her. Updated from lightnovelpub.com, no, this is fine. It may be a brutal technique, but I don't dislike it. I just need to get used to the scene of my opponents being torn apart by the skill. Yuro said. Anyway, let's continue hunting monsters. The only way I can get better with this skill is by using it over and over again. Therefore, on to the next monster, Xiaohua. Yuro pointed in a random direction with her fan with a profound expression on her face. Okay. Xiaohua nodded. And for the next few hours, until it was time for dinner, Yuro would hunt monsters continuously using her wind blade whilst Xiaohua led her around the wilderness. As for Yuan, he merely followed them in silence. However, it was not as though he was completely relaxed, as he still had to make sure that no harm would come to Yuro, so whenever they approach a monster, he would mentally prepare himself just in case he needed to step in and protect Yuro. Brother, I have hunted so many monsters, yet not one of them dropped a single monster core. Why is that? Yuro asked him at the end of their adventure. That's because only monsters above 7th level Spirit Apprentice drop them, he responded. Did I get that right, Xiaohua? He asked her just in case. That's right, she nodded. 7th level Spirit Apprentice, huh? That's a long way. Yuro sighed. Updated from Light Novel Pub. Anyways, I am going to log off now to cook dinner, brother. You can play a little longer until dinner is ready if you like. No, it's fine. There's nothing I can do in this area in such a short time, anyways. Then I'll see you on the other side, Yuro said to him before logging off. I'll see you tomorrow, Xiaohua. Goodbye, brother Yuan. Xiaohua said to him before disappearing into the necklace. Yuan also logged off shortly later. Once he was in the real world again and Yuro left to prepare dinner, Yuan began trying to cultivate again, hoping that he would have better results after his understanding of the cultivation technique had improved. Visit li/gh/tnov/lpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Ouch. Yuan tried to cultivate many times without any progress until Yuro returned with the food. Are you okay, brother? I heard you yelling in pain just now. Yuro said to him in a worried voice. Oh, it's nothing. Yuan said, not prepared to tell her about trying to cultivate in the real world just yet, at least not until he confirms that it actually works and he's not just going crazy. If you feel any pain in your body, don't hesitate to let me know, okay? Yuro said to him afterward. Don't worry, I won't, Yuan said. Good. Anyway, I have some news. Dr. Wang will be coming later, and he said that he has some results regarding the black gunk that discharged from your body. Okay, Yuan said. This content is taken from light/novelpub/c/om. Let's fill your stomach before he arrives, Yuro said as she began feeding him chicken soup. Sometime later, Dr. Wang arrived at their home, and Yuro greeted him with Yuan in the wheelchair. You have the results already, Dr. Wang? That was quicker than I'd anticipated, Yuro said to him. Well, I worked without stopping for nearly the entire day to get the results as soon as possible, and you won't believe what I found from the examination, Dr. Wang said. What is it? Is it something we should be worried about? Yuro asked him with a nervous expression. Actually, it should be the opposite. According to the results, the black gunks are actually impurities. Although I don't know how it happened, it appears that the young master has managed to discharge the impurities within his body. Impurities. Yuro raised her eyebrows. What does that even mean? Sit down, young lady. This is going to take some time to explain, Dr. Wang said to her. Yuro nodded, and she went to grab a chair before sitting down and waiting for Dr. Wang to continue. The most up-to-date novels are published on li/novel/pub/com. Chapter 81 Player Yuan's Sister. Before we begin, I should let you know that this is based on one ancient medicine book I read in the past, as this is the first time something like this has happened in our medical history, Dr. Wang said with a serious expression. Ancient medicine book? Yuro raised her eyebrows, unsure of how to feel about this. Yes, the black gunk that came out of the young master's body are impurities, filth that gathers in one's body over time, similar to the filth that gathers on one's face and their pores naturally, but this impurity is much more filthy and impotent, and it is something that normally cannot be cleaned from one's body, as it gathers deep within your body. Then why did it happen to my brother? Yuan asked afterward. Honestly, I don't know. Dr. Wang shook his head, feeling a little shameful that he had to say such words as one of the best doctors in the world. Not even that ancient medicine book mentioned anything? Unfortunately. Yuan looked at her brother before continuing. Then why do you say it's a good thing? Because the impurities are harmful to one's body. Although it won't kill us, it is obviously better for our body to get rid of its impurities. Dr. Wang said. So everybody has these impurities, right? For more, visit li/gh/novel/pub. That's correct. You, me, and everyone in this world should have these impurities within our body, and there is nothing we can do to it unless what happened to the young master happens to us too. Dr. Wang nodded. Anyway, that's all I have for the results. However, I have another reason for coming here today. Young master, would you mind visiting my hospital tomorrow so I can scan your body to make sure there's nothing wrong with it? What do you think, Yuan? Yuan asked her. We'll lose some time playing together, but your well-being is more important to me, so we can go tomorrow, Yuan said. Then it's decided. Dr. Wang nodded his head. I will see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Dr. Wang. Once Dr. Wang left, Yuan helped Yuan brush his teeth before tucking him into her bed. Even though his own room is already clean, the foul smell still lingered, and they will need to wait a few more days to let it disappear naturally. As Yuan slept on her bed, Yuan surfed the web. However, unlike previously, whenever she sees player Yuan being mentioned on the forums, a proud smile would appear on her face. Ha ha ha, now that I know my brother is actually player Yuan, seeing these people speculate and talk about him is 100 times more entertaining. Yuan laughed inwardly as she read everything about player Yuan even more intensively than before. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub. C/OM. After spending many minutes looking at people talking about her brother, Yuan suddenly had the desire to post something herself, so she created a brand new account under the alias Player Yuan's Sister and posted on the forum with the title I am Player Yuan's Sister, ask me anything. Let's see what kind of questions I'll get. Yuan waited in anticipation. And not even a minute after she made her post, someone has already commented on her post. If you are Player Yuan's sister, then I am Player Yuan's father. Ha ha ha. Well, it's not as though I didn't expect these kinds of comments, since I also wouldn't believe it if someone with a brand new account claimed to be Player Yuan's sister. Yuan shook her head with a smile. And by the time Yuan finished reading the first comment, another comment was made on her post. Brand new account claiming to be Player Yuan's sister, kinda sus, and then another, if you are really Player Yuan's sister, prove it. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. Are you delusional? Who would believe you? What a bad troll. Yuan shook her head at these rightfully suspicious replies before closing her computer and going to sleep. Well, even if they asked legit questions, I wouldn't answer them seriously, anyway. Yuan thought to herself as she laid beside Yuan, who was already deeply asleep. If the world learns about my brother's identity, they might take him away from me, and I cannot allow that to happen no matter what. Yuan thought to herself as she fell asleep. The following morning, after Yuan finished her piano lessons and fed Yuan breakfast, she prepared to go to the hospital with Yuan. Are you ready, brother? Yuan asked him, who was sitting in the wheelchair wearing formal clothes she specifically picked. Whenever you are, he said. Visit l/itnovel/pu/b, c/om for a better experience, then let's go, Yuan nodded as she began pushing the wheelchair. And by the time they left the house, there was already a black limousine waiting in the front with 4 guards wearing black uniforms standing around it. Where will we be heading today, young lady? One of the guards asked her. Dr. Wang's hospital, she calmly responded. Another guard opened the door of the limousine for them. Once Yuan carried Yuan inside the limousine, the guard folded the wheelchair and stored it inside the trunk, before going sitting inside with them. A few moments later, the limousine began moving, quickly leaving the site of the mansion behind them. Inside the limousine, Yuan was laying on the long seat with his body strapped so he doesn't fall and his head resting on Yuro's lap. "How are you feeling right now, brother?" Yuro asked him. For more, visit lightnovelpus/b/com. It's been a few months since I left the house, so I'm a little bit excited, Yuan said with a smile on his face. Excited, huh? I would be too if we weren't going to the hospital. Yuro said with a bittersweet smile on her beautiful face. The place turned silent, and Yuro continuously caressed Yuan's soft and silky long hair until they reached their destination half an hour later. "We're here, young lady," the guard said to her as he opened the door. Once the other guard retrieved the wheelchair, Yuro carried Yuan to the wheelchair, not even asking the guards for help. In fact, the guards were aware of Yuro's strict rules when it came to touching Yuan, as she would not allow anyone to touch him unless permitted. By the time Yuro and Yuan started approaching the large hospital a few meters away, Dr. Wang was already waiting at the entrance in his doctor uniform. However, he was not alone, as there was another individual standing beside him, a beautiful young lady around the same age as Yuan. "Young lady, young master, thank you for coming," Dr. Wang said to them with a smile on his face, and he continued, "My granddaughter heard you siblings were coming, so she decided to visit today." "Hello, lady you, young master. It's been a while since we last met." The beautiful young lady waved at them with a bright smile on her face. "It has been a while indeed, Wang Xiaoying," Yuro said with a somewhat stiff smile on her face. Visit lig/h//novelpus/b.com for the best novel reading experience. You can talk with them after we go somewhere more private, Dr. Wang said. "Do you need some help, lady you?" "I can help you push the young master if you're tired," Wang Xiaoying said to Yuro when she got close. "Thank you for the offer, but I will kindly decline since I don't want to bother you with it," Yuro said, still with a smile on her face. "Don't worry about bothering me. You are currently at the hospital, and it is my job as a nurse to assist the patients," Wang Xiaoying responded. Despite having a smile on her face, Yuro seemed a bit annoyed at Wang Xiaoying's approaches, mostly because she knew that Wang Xiaoying was a huge fan of Yuan when he was still actively playing the instruments. "Xiaoying, I know you are excited to see your idol, but don't get too excited. You can talk to him later," Dr. Wang shook his head at her. And he continued a moment later, "Anyway, follow me." Yuro then pushed the wheelchair and followed Dr. Wang. For more, visit lighten/uvel/pub.com. Wang Xiaoying, however, waited until Yuro and Yuan caught up before walking with them. "Young Master Yutian, do you remember me?" Wang Xiaoying spoke as they walked. "I wouldn't forget your cheerful voice even if I wanted to, Miss Wang," Yuan said with a smile on his face. "Please, you can just call me Xiaoying like my grandfather does," she said. "Anyway, I heard you are going to get an X-ray today. Are you okay?" "Yes, I am fine. It's just that something happened a few days ago, so we're here for an examination just in case," Yuan said. "I see. Well, whatever happened, I hope it's nothing serious or bad. Thank you for worrying about me. Hee hee. As your number one fan, of course, I would worry about your well-being. Even if you cannot play the instrument anymore, I will still continue to be your number one fan for the rest of my life," Wang Xiaoying said to him without feeling bashful. Follow current novels on lightnov/elp/ub/com. Meanwhile, despite her calm expression, Yuro glared at Wang Xiaoying with a cold gaze from the corner of her eyes. Wang Xiaoying had noticed Yuro's cold glares long ago, but she acted as though she wasn't aware and continued to speak with Yuan. Meanwhile, Dr. Wang could feel a spine-chilling atmosphere coming from behind him, and he continued walking without daring to look back, even walking a little faster than before. Chapter 82 Legendary Child Prodigy. "Hey, look over there. Isn't that Dr. Wang and his granddaughter? Who are those two youngsters following them?" They must be really important people if they are getting treated by the divine doctor himself. When the other patients and even some workers in the hospital noticed Yu Rou and Yuan following Dr. Wang, they immediately began gossiping with each other, as it was incredibly rare to see Dr. Wang working personally in the hospital. "Ah, you must be new here. That's the Yu family, they're one of the largest donors for our hospital, and Dr. Wang is currently taking care of one of their children, who has this incurable illness." One of the more experienced workers there explained to the new nurse. "Wait a second. Did you just say the Yu family? That famous family with an immeasurable presence in the entertainment industry, especially the music industry? If I recall correctly, they have a genius musician in nearly every generation." "That's right, they are that Yu family." "Amazing. Then that beautiful young lady just now must be Yu Rou, the genius pianist who placed third in the national piano competition at only 16 years old. I knew she looked familiar. She looks even prettier in person than she does on television. What about that young man in the wheelchair? I don't recognize him." "Since you know Yu Rou, you definitely know that young man. Although he looks completely different now due to the illness that devastated his body, he's Yu Tian, the child prodigy." "Wait. That's Yu Tian? The legendary child prodigy who could play literally every instrument in the world before 10 years old with countless golden trophies under his belt? I wouldn't have known if you didn't tell me." "Yes, it's truly a pity that he was struck with that illness, or he would have been the greatest musician in history. I haven't seen him ever since he disappeared from television, almost like had disappeared from the world. He was still playing the instruments perfectly while blind when I last saw him on television." New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub. I guess even the heavens envied him, so they decided to punish him. I would be willing to do anything if I can see him on the stage once again. Me too. While the nurses talked about the Yu family's legacy, Yuan and the others just reached their destination. "Just put the young master on the X-ray table whenever you are ready," Dr. Wang said to Yu Rou. "Here, let me help you," Wang Xiaoying said to Yu Rou. "Thank you." Even though Yu Rou could have done it by herself, she didn't stop Wang Xiaoying from helping. After all, as much as she hated other women getting close to her brother, she simply couldn't deny someone as cheerful and kind as Wang Xiaoying, who is one of the few people in this world that still respected her brother despite his tragedy. Once Yuan was on the table, Yu Rou and Wang Xiaoying left the room and went to the other room, where they could watch Yuan from behind a glass window. Visit lightno/vel/p//ub.com for a better experience. I am going to start now, young master. Dr. Wang spoke into the microphone that broadcasted his voice into Yuan's room before typing a few things into the computer beside him. The X-ray machine suddenly activated, and Yuan was sent into this egg-shaped capsule for scanning. And since the scanning process required some time, Wang Xiaoying decided to play some music on her phone. When Yu Rou heard the piano music that flowed flawlessly from her phone, she turned to look at Wang Xiaoying and asked, "Is that all you ever listen to?" "Pretty much." She nodded without hesitation. "Although I also listen to other music created by the young master, I like this masterpiece the most." Yu Rou had nothing else to say, so she remained silent for the rest of the time, even enjoying the music that was being repeated in a loop by Wang Xiaoying, as it was music that was played by Yuan. For more, visit Light Novel Pub. Sometime later, Yuan was pulled out of the capsule, and while Dr. Wang read the results, Yu Rou went to put Yuan back in the wheelchair. "How is my brother, Dr. Wang?" Yu Rou asked after returning with Yuan. After a moment of silence, he said, "As I had already expected, there's nothing wrong with the young master's body, so you don't have to worry about the impurities." "I see, that's great." Yu Rou sighed in relief after hearing the results. "However, that is not all I have to say," Dr. Wang suddenly continued, and he said, "According to the results, the young master's bones, they have gotten stronger, denser than before." "Huh? My bones have gotten denser?" Yuan spoke in a surprised voice. He wondered if this was also caused by the game. "Yes. Although it's not that much denser than before, it's definitely improved enough to be noticed." Well, it doesn't matter how much stronger my bones grow if I can't use them, Yuan laughed in a bitter voice. Don't give up, young master. The heavens won't abandon a genius such as yourself if they favored you enough to give you such talents. I'm sure this is only temporary, and if my grandfather can't heal you, he'll definitely try to do something. Wang Xiaoying spoke with enthusiasm. The source of this content is l/it/novelpub/com. Yeah, let's see how that works out for you when all you are doing nowadays is play video games. Dr. Wang shook his head. I can still study medicine as I play video games. In fact, I have learned a bunch about ancient medicine in the game that I am currently playing. Wang Xiaoying said to him. Ancient medicine. Are you also playing Cultivation online? Yuan suddenly asked her. Wang Xiaoying turned to look at him with a surprised expression on her face. I am also playing the game with my sister right now, he said when he heard her surprised noise. Wait. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you can play the game, young master? Even in your condition? Wang Xiaoying said with a dazed look. Yes. Although I don't know how it works, I can play the game perfectly fine, and I am even perfectly healthy while inside the game, so I can use my limbs and see with my eyes. Yuan said. Both Dr. Wang and Wang Xiaoying stared at him with gawking expressions on their faces. And now that you mention it, I recall seeing on the news that mentioned something like that, how even blind people can play the game and somehow use their sights in the game. Wang Xiaoying spoke in a dazed voice afterward. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. Wait a minute. Does this mean I can watch you play the instrument again inside the game? Let's play together, young master. Wang Xiaoying said to him in a cheerful voice. I will be participating in the Dragon Essence Temple's disciple examination in a few days. If you want, we can meet there, Yuan said. Oh, I am already a disciple of another sect, one that focuses on medicine and alchemy, Wang Xiaoying sighed. However, I'll definitely try to meet with you one day. What is your sect called? If I am ever around the place, I can try to find you, Yuan said. It's called Pill Academy, located in the northern continent, she said. Northern continent? That's quite far away since I am in the eastern continent, Yuan said. Oh, then it might be a while before we can play with each other. Wang Xiaoying sighed in a regretful voice. However, Yu Rou was trying her hardest to not smile at her misfortune. Who knows what she might try to do to my brother when I am not there, she sighed inwardly. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com anyway. Is there anything else you need from us, Dr. Wang? Yu Rou asked him a moment later, as she wanted to return to playing Cultivation online with Yuan. No, I just wanted to see if there were any changes to the young master's body after that incident. Since we have done the X-ray and have the results, there is nothing else I need from you too. Then well, go home now. Thank you again, Dr. Wang, for taking the time to do this. Yu Rou said. Don't even mention it. Not only am I close with your parents, but I am also a fan of the young lady and the young master. Dr. Wang laughed out loud. I'll walk them outside, Wang Xiaoying said as she followed Yu Rou and Yuan outside to their limousine. I'll see you later, young master. I hope we get to play with each other soon. Wang Xiaoying waved at them as they entered the car. Yes, I hope so too, Yuan said to her. Once the limousine drove off, Wang Xiaoying returned to Dr. Wang's side. It's been a long time since I last saw the young master so energetic. We have never spoken to each other so much before. I bet it's all because of Cultivation Online, where he's able to live as a healthy young man again. Wang Xiaoying said to Dr. Wang. Updated from li/t/novelpoo/b. However, Dr. Wang didn't respond to her, and he was silently staring at Yuan's X-ray results. What's the matter, Grandpa? Is there something wrong with the results? Wang Xiaoying asked him after noticing this. No, it's just that the young master's situation is extremely weird, to the point where it's not an exaggeration to call it a phenomenon. Dr. Wang said in a profound voice, and he continued, looks like I will have to dig up and read some more ancient medical records. Perhaps I'll learn something new there. Chapter 83 Silver Ape Cave. After returning to their home, Yuro and Yuan quickly dived into the world of cultivation known as. Welcome back, brother Yuan, Xiaohua said to him after sensing that his presence had returned to the world. Hello, Xiaohua. Yuan greeted her. What are we going to do today? Do you still want to continue practicing Wind Blade? Yuan asked Yuro afterward. Yes, but I don't want to slow down your progress with my boring training, she sighed. What are you saying? It's called training for a reason. If you don't train, you won't get better, Yuan said to her. Although it might be time-consuming, you'll have to do it eventually. I guess so. Yuro nodded. And since they last logged off while they were still in the wilderness, they didn't need to do any traveling and were able to continue hunting monsters instantly. A few hours later, congratulations, Yuro. You can finally slay the monsters without making a mess, Yuan said to her as he looked at the cleanly separated monster corpse with a smile on his face. For more, visit lightnov/elp/u/b, yes. And my mastery level for it increased by 1. Yuro said with an excited expression on her face. And now that I am pretty confident in my own control of the skill, we can do something harder. Of course, it probably won't be a challenge for you no matter what we do at my level, though. Something more difficult, huh? What do you have in mind? Yuan asked her. A dungeon. She quickly said. There are multiple strong monsters in dungeons, and if we can find one that has never been discovered before, there's a high chance we might obtain valuable treasures. A dungeon? Where do we find those? Yuan asked her. Well, there are many known dungeons around this place, but they have already been searched by the other players so we won't find any treasures inside. Yuro said. What do you think, Xiaohua? Do you know of any dungeons around here? Something like the demonic spider's silent cave. Yuan decided to ask her, who seemingly knew everything. Demonic spider's silent cave. Do you mean beast nests? It's where wild beasts gather and make their home, and there are usually treasures inside because beasts instinctively pick up anything that has qi. Xiaohua asked him. Yes. That's exactly it. Do you know where we can find one? Yuro asked her. For more, visit lightnovelpub/c/om. Xiaohua should be able to find some with her divine sense. Xiaohua then closed her eyes, and a profound feeling expanded from her small body a moment later, sweeping many miles in an instant. Wow! What a powerful divine sense. I wonder how it feels to see so many things and so far at once. It's probably like having eyes in the sky. Yuan watched with slight envy, wondering how long it'll take before he can start doing the same thing. If I can also divine sense in the real world, that would be great, too. Yuan sighed inwardly. About a minute later, Xiaohua opened her eyes again and said, there is a beast nest a few kilometers from here, and there are about 30 beasts inside between the 2nd level and 6th level Spirit Apprentice realm. 6th level Spirit Apprentice. Do you think you can handle those, brother? I will take care of the ones below the 4th level. Yuro asked him. Of course, Yuan nodded. As for Xiaohua, you can just stay behind us until we need you since it won't be challenging at all if someone as overpowered as you also fought the monsters alongside us. Yuro said to her. Well, although brother is also quite overpowered, at least he can't snap the monsters out of existence with his cultivation base. Yuro then added. This content is taken from lighten/o/velpu/b. C/om, okay, Xiaohua nodded. She wouldn't do anything unless Yuan asked her to either way. Then let's go to this beast nest. Xiaohua then led them to the location. Many minutes later, once they reached the area, a notification popped up for both Yuan and Yuro. You have discovered Silver Ape Cave, Silver Ape Cave. I don't recall seeing this name on the forums, so we should be the first ones to have discovered this dungeon, Yuan said. That's good. Then let's clear this place up real quick. However, before Yuan could even take a step towards the dark cave, Yuan grabbed his arm and said, "Wait a second, brother. Have you forgotten? If we clear this dungeon together, our names will be announced to the entire world." "Oh, right. That would be disastrous for us. I don't want you getting caught up in my mess, after all." Yuan nodded. This content is taken from lee/gitnov/lpub/com. If people see that player Yuan has a teammate, the other players would also begin looking out for Yuan to find him, something he did not wish to see. "Then what should we do?" Yuan asked her. "How about this? Brother will go inside first and clear out the stronger monsters and then come back outside, then I will go inside and clean out the rest of the weaker monsters," Yuan suggested. "That doesn't sound too bad, but I still don't want to leave you alone inside. Although they may be weak, accidents might happen," Yuan said to her, being extremely cautious when it came to Yuan's safety. "Then why don't Xiaohua come with me? Since she's an NPC, she won't appear on the announcements," Yuan said after a moment of pondering. "Oh. Now that you mention it, that's true." Yuan nodded. "Okay, let's do that." A few moments later, Yuan retrieved his starry abyss and went inside the dark cave. However, once he was inside, the entire place was well lit, almost like there were lamps inside. Once he reached the end of the cave, there was a spacious area that resembled the demonic spider's silent cave boss area. However, in the middle of this spacious area were a dozen apes with silver fur and a massive glowing tree. This tree nearly reached the ceiling of the cave, which was over 30 meters in height, and most of the silver apes were deep asleep around this gigantic tree, with a few of them playing on the thick tree branches. Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience. After taking a minute to analyze the situation and the silver apes, he counted 6 silver apes at the 6th level spirit apprentice and 8 of them at the 5th level. The rest of them were between the 2nd level and 4th level spirit apprentice realm. Once he found his targets, Yuan casually approached the glowing tree. "Huh. Huh. Huh. Oh oh oh. Oh. Oh." When the silver apes playing on the tree noticed Yuan's presence, they began screaming to alert those that were asleep, immediately waking them up. "Oh oh oh. Oh oh oh. Huh. Huh. Ah." Very quickly, 36 screaming silver apes surrounded Yuan, who stood there with a calm expression on his face, seemingly unfazed by the situation. A few moments later, some of the more powerful silver apes suddenly jumped at Yuan with their sharp claws spread wide open. The source of this content is lightnovelpub.com. Seeing this, Yuan skillfully maneuvered the black dagger in his hands. 1,000 knife techniques. The black dagger flickered, and multiple black arcs of lights appeared around him. A second later, the silver apes that rushed at Yuan fell to the ground without any signs of life from their eyes or bodies. When the other silver apes saw this, they began panicking. However, they did not run away. After killing a few of the silver apes, Yuan began his own assault, specifically aiming for the silver apes with a higher cultivation base. A few minutes later, all of the silver apes above the 4th level spirit apprentice were slain, leaving only the weaker ones. After witnessing their strongest members being slain by Yuan without any efforts, the silver apes no longer dared to surround him and even began backing up to the massive tree. Visit lie/tnov/lpub.com for a better experience. Yuan approached the tree, but he did not attack the silver apes, puzzling them. After looking around the tree and making sure there was nothing that Yuan couldn't handle, Yuan turned around and left the scene, dumbfounding the silver apes. "Brother. Are you okay?" Yuan asked him after Yuan left the cave faster than she'd anticipated. "Yes, and I have dealt with all of the silver apes above the 4th level spirit apprentice realm. Though, I do feel a bit sinful after storming in there and killing them when they were minding their own business." Yuan sighed. "You shouldn't feel pity for beasts, brother Yuan. Although they may seem peaceful at glance, silver apes are vicious creatures that attack people in groups once they are hungry, and countless merchants and travelers have fallen to silver apes, Xiaohua said to him. Is that so? Yuan nodded. Anyway, it's my turn to have some fun. Yuro said as she retrieved her spirit weaver. Be careful in there, Yuro. Although Xiaohua is with you, don't get too ahead of yourself, as there are still over a dozen silver apes inside, and half of them are at the 3rd level and above. Yuan said to her. He then turned to look at Xiaohua and said to her, and Xiaohua, make sure you protect my sister properly. Although she won't really die, it might affect her cultivation, and I cannot imagine seeing my sister's corpse even if it's just a game. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub. Don't worry, brother Yuan. Xiaohua will protect your sister at all costs. Xiaohua nodded with a serious expression on her face. Yuan nodded, and Yuro entered the Silver Ape Cave with Xiaohua by her side a moment later. Chapter 84 Spirit Frui. Wow. So these are silver apes? And what's the massive glowing tree in the middle? Yuro mumbled in a low voice after seeing the silver apes. However, unlike previously, they were not sleeping around the tree. Instead, they were, Are they eating each other? Yuro covered her mouth in shock after realizing that the silver apes were consuming the silver apes that had been slain by Yuan. That's their nature, they eat anything as long as they're hungry, Xiaohua said. As for the glowing tree, that's a spirit tree. It can grow spirit fruits that benefit one's cultivation base. However, it takes many decades to grow even one, and the silver apes has already eaten all of them. What a pity. Yuro sighed. Anyway, let's clear this beast nest. Xiaohua, don't do anything yet. Although you may not be a player, you're still Brother Tian's servant, so your contribution might still be counted toward my brother's contribution, and his name will show up on the announcements. Xiaohua silently nodded at Yuro's words. Yuro locked her eyes on the large group of silver apes gathered in a circle while consuming the dead silver apes. After taking a deep breath, she swung the spirit weaver. Visit lightnovel.pub.com for a better experience. Wind blade. An arc of powerful wind flew towards the silver apes horizontally, and before the silver apes could even react, the wind blade had sliced a dozen silver apes in halves. Oh. Oh. Alerted, the silver apes immediately dropped their food and rushed at Yuro. However, when they noticed the immense aura emitted by Xiaohua, they immediately stopped in their tracks and stood there as though they were stone statues. What the? Although Yuro was dumbfounded by the situation, she didn't dare to stop and continue to throw wind blades at the silver apes. Whoosh! 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 The silver apes dropped one at a time right in front of each other, yet none of them dared to move, almost as though they were rooted from fear. Visit lightnovelpub//com for a better experience. A few minutes later, all of the silver apes were slain by Yuro, and an announcement appeared for the world to see. Congratulations! Player Yuro has become the first player to have cleared Silver Ape Cave. When Yuan saw the announcement in the sky, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Once Yuro came back outside, Yuan praised her. Wow, that was faster than I'd anticipated. Good job, Yuro. However, Yuro did not celebrate and merely sighed in a dejected voice. Something was wrong with those silver apes. It seemed like they were going to attack me at first, but they suddenly stopped moving and allowed me to kill them without any effort. It was ridiculous and not fun at all. Yuan was speechless and did not know how to respond to her complaints, as he only cared about whether she was hurt or not. Anyway, you managed to clear the dungeon and received an announcement. This makes you an ancestor, right? Yuan asked her. While that is the case, since it's only a dungeon clear, my title isn't worth as much as your skill and servant category firsts. Yuro said. Then do you want to look for a few more dungeons to clear? Yuan asked her a moment later. Visit lighten/ovalpub/com for a better experience. No, it's fine. Then what would you like to do now? I would like to go on an epic journey that might take days, even weeks to complete, but I don't have the time for that now, so I want to spend my remaining time looking for a servant. Yuro said. A servant, huh? What do you think, Xiaohua? Any way we can help my sister tame a beast? Yuan asked her. Xiaohua nodded and said, it's very easy to tame beasts. You just need to feed it some food, and if it likes you, you can try to tame it. Huh? It's that easy? Yuro looked at her with wide eyes. Xiaohua nodded again and said, there are also techniques that allow you to tame and control beasts. Let's try the feeding method first. What kind of food should we be feeding them? Yuro asked. It depends on what kind of beast you're trying to tame, but most of them like food that contains spiritual energy, especially spirit fruits. You are almost guaranteed to tame most beasts with a spirit fruit, Xiaohua said. Visit live/t/novel/ub/com for the best novel reading experience. Spirit fruits, huh? It's such a pity that the silver apes had taken all of them. Yuro sighed. You can buy spirit fruits in the market. They are worth about 500,000 gold coins each. 500,000 gold coins. Yuro exclaimed. That's a lot of money, but you can afford them without much trouble, right, brother? Yuan immediately began sweating after hearing her words, and he said a moment later, I only have around 200,000 gold coins left. Huh? How's that possible? You're still number 1 on the wealth leaderboards. Surely, you have much more than 200,000 gold coins. Yuro said. Well, most of that wealth is actually in Xiaohua's possession, Yuan said. Yuro then looked at Xiaohua and said, but that wealth is still brother's, right? Xiaohua nodded and said, Xiaohua is only holding it for brother Yuan. Then what's the problem? Yuro continued to ask. The source of this content is /lightno/velpub/. I didn't want to rely too much on Xiaohua and wanted to earn my own money, so I would rather not use the money we'd earned from selling her treasure unless it's an emergency. Yuan explained to her. Oh, I see. Then I'll ask her. Yuro said, and she continued, Xiaohua, can I borrow 500,000 gold coins from you? I'll pay you back in the future. I also can't keep on relying on my brother forever. Xiaohua nodded her small head and retrieved 500,000 gold coins before handing it to Yuro without blinking an eye. In the eyes of a cultivator at her level, 500,000 gold coins is a neglectable amount of wealth. Are you sure, Yuro? It's only 500,000 gold coins. You don't have to pay us back. Yuan said to her. I borrowed it from Xiaohua, not you, brother, and I am not shameless enough to accept money without paying it back. And like ID said, I don't want to be too reliant on you. If you can't accept that money from Xiaohua, then you should know how I feel. Hearing her words, Yuan nodded. Anyway, where can we buy a spirit fruit? Yuro asked. Spirit fruits are pretty rare, so only luxurious stores would have them, Xiaohua said, and she continued, there's a very popular place in Phoenix City named Golden Phoenix Bazaar, and you can find most rare and valuable treasures there. Great. Where is this place? Yuro asked. New novel chapters are published on l/itnovel/pub. C/om, approximately 5,000 miles away. If we leave now, we should arrive there by tomorrow morning. Xiaohua said. Tomorrow morning, huh? What do you think, Yuro? It won't be my first time playing throughout the whole night, Yuan said to her. Let's do it. Since I only have one more day before I have to return to school, I would like to play with you for as long as possible. Yuro nodded. After retrieving his flying sword, Yuan picked up Yuro and jumped onto the sword before Xiaohua flew towards the sky with them. Although it's going to take some time, I cannot wait to be able to use the flying sword by myself, Yuro said. Me too. Yuan nodded. After flying for some time, they descended to take a quick break. After flying for a few more hours, the siblings logged off temporarily for dinner. Once they logged back into the game, they returned to their journey, and Yu would fall asleep in Yuan's arms shortly later. Many hours later, by the time Yu woke up, they had already traveled over 5,000 miles. For more, visit lightnovel/u/b/com. Good morning, Yu. We should be there within an hour, Yuan said to her. Brother. Oh no. I accidentally fell asleep since flying felt so good. Yu exclaimed. I'm sorry, brother, why are you apologizing? Yuan shook his head. Even though you are doing this for me, I fell asleep and left you alone. She sighed. It's fine. Anyway, look over there, I can see a phoenix. Yuan suddenly said to her. What? A phoenix? Yu immediately turned to look at where he was looking to see a large bird in the sky. However, once they got closer to it, they realized that the phoenix was actually an enormous phoenix kite that was being flown from the city. A kite? Yu mumbled in a low and surprised voice, as this is her first time seeing such a massive kite. Rumors have it there is a living phoenix currently living in the city, and that kite is used to honor the phoenix, Xiaohua said. This content is taken from lighten/o/velpub, c/om. Wait a second. A real phoenix living in the city? Surely, that must be fake, right? After all, who would be able to miss the majesty sight of a phoenix? Yu said. Magic beasts like phoenixes are considered as divine beasts, and they have the capability to take on a human form once they reach a certain cultivation base, so it's not impossible that a phoenix could be living in the city disguised as a human, Xiaohua explained. If there's really a phoenix, I'd like to meet one. Yu sighed as they descended a few miles from the city. Chapter 85 Golden Phoenix Bazaar. You have discovered Phoenix City. When Yuan and the others approached the city, they immediately noticed the massive line stretching for at least a mile long from the city entrance. What in heaven's name? Why is the queue so long? Yuan stared at the line with wide eyes. It's only natural this place is so busy. Phoenix City is one of the most popular areas within the eastern continent due to its rich environment and abundance of treasures, so powerful cultivators and rich merchants from all over the world come here to do business, Xiaohua explained to him. Anyway, let's get in line first. Over a dozen people had entered the line by the time you finished speaking. Yuan said as he walked to the back of the line. After standing in line for half an hour, it was finally their turn to enter the city. Place your hands on this ball, said one of the guards once Yuan approached them. Yuan placed his hands on the crystal ball, and once the guards confirmed that he was not a criminal, they said, entrance fee for Phoenix City is 1 gold coin. The three of us are together, Yuan said as he handed them 3 pieces of gold coins. Here are your guest permits. Due to the immense population and not wanting to overpopulate the city, you are only allowed to stay in Phoenix City for 3 days. If you are caught past your date, you'll be fined 100,000 gold coins. If you wish to stay longer, you must visit the administration hall, and you can extend your time for a price. New novel chapters are published on lightnovelpub.com. I understand. Yuan had to agree to such rules before they were finally allowed inside. Wow, this place is far more popular than I'd thought if they need to make such rules fearing for overpopulation. Yuan said once they were inside. Most popular cities that focus on business are like this, Xiaohua said. Well, 3 days is more than enough, as well be leaving immediately after we obtain a spirit fruit. Anyway, where do we go now? Yuan asked her. However, Xiaohua shook her head and said, Xiaohua has never been here before, she has only heard of the Golden Phoenix Bazaar being here. Then I guess we'll have to ask around, Yuan said. After spending a few minutes speaking to the pedestrians, Yuan got a good idea of the direction and began making his way towards the Golden Phoenix Bazaar with the other 2 girls. This place is really meant for business only. No matter where we go, the streets are filled with nothing but shops. Yu said as they walked, enjoying the scenery. Do people even live in this city? Because I haven't seen any houses yet. Only the wealthiest of people would live in a place like Phoenix City, and they are all within the center of the city. Do you see those tall buildings in the distance? They are houses. Xiaohua said as she pointed in that direction. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel Pub. What? Those pagodas are actually homes? That's like living in Cultivator's Haven, which has 21 floors. Yu exclaimed. After walking for many minutes, they reached this extremely wide street with a beautiful golden phoenix bazaar kite flying in the sky. Wow, so this is the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. But why does it appear so empty compared to the other streets? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Xiaohua shrugged. I guess it doesn't really matter why there are so few people here. Anyway, we should just look at every store until we find one that's selling spirit fruits, right? Yuan said. They nodded. However, right as Yuan prepared to enter the street, they were immediately stopped by the guards standing not too far away. Wait a second. Do you have permission to enter this area? The guards asked them. Permission? We need permission to enter the Golden Phoenix Bazaar? Yuan asked them with a surprised look, as this is his first time hearing this. Updated from Light Novel Pub. Naturally. The Golden Phoenix Bazaar is not your ordinary place where one can enter normally, and only those with a permit are allowed to do business here. Then where do we get a permit? I'd like to buy something in there. Yuan asked them. This must be your first time here. Even getting the permit to enter this place is not that simple. First and foremost, you must donate a generous amount of money to the city lord before you can even be considered for the permit. The guard said to him. Money. Yuan immediately began sweating. How much are we talking about? Most people donate at least 10 million gold coins, said the guard. 10 million gold coins? Yuan's jaw dropped to the ground. If one must pay 10 million to use the Golden Phoenix Bazaar, they might as well go somewhere else. At least they would still have 10 million gold coins to spend by doing so. What's so special about the Golden Phoenix Bazaar, anyway? Requiring 10 million coins for a permit to shop at a place is simply outrageous if you ask me. Nobody in their right mind would pay so much money for that. Yu shook her head, unable to comprehend the reason behind this system. That's where you're wrong, young lady. Although it may be expensive, it is very well worth it, as the people you can find in this place are mostly renowned experts with immense backing or status in this world, and most people come here mainly to make connections with these individuals. Shopping is only secondary. The guard explained to them the true purpose of the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. For more, visit /l/it-novelpub. I see, that makes more sense. Yu nodded. What about the spirit fruit? Since we cannot enter this place without spending an extra 10 million gold coins, we'll have to look elsewhere for them, Yuan sighed. Spirit fruits? If you are looking for spirit fruits, then you can only find them inside the Golden Phoenix Bazaar, one of the guards said after hearing Yuan's words. How convenient. Yuan sighed again. If you really want to enter the Golden Phoenix Bazaar, there are methods that don't require payments or permits, though. One of the guards suddenly said. What are those methods? Yuan immediately asked. It's quite simple, actually. The guards exchanged glances with each other before speaking. You just need a recommendation from a spirit grandmaster cultivator. New novel chapters are published on lig/tnov/pub/. If you reach the spirit grandmaster realm, you will be allowed to enter the Golden Phoenix Bazaar without any limitations. Ha ha ha. The guards burst out laughing afterward, thinking that it was more realistic to pay 10 million gold coins than to find someone at the Spirit Grandmaster realm. Spirit Grandmaster? Why didn't you say so? We have one right here. Yuan said with a relieved smile on his face. What did you just say? That there's a Spirit Grandmaster amongst you? Who? You? Ha ha ha. The guards didn't take Yuan seriously and began laughing even louder. Well, she's not exactly a spirit grandmaster, she's a spirit king, Yuan said as he pointed at Xiaohua. Spirit king? Ha 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 ha. The guards laughed so hard after hearing his words that they'd begun rolling on the floor dying from laughter. Yuan looked at the guards with a dumbfounded expression on his face. Why are they laughing so hard? What's so funny? If this little girl is a cultivator with a spirit grandmaster cultivation base, much less spirit king, I will run an entire lap around the Golden Phoenix Bazaar while naked. One of the guards suddenly said. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnov/lpub/com only the Golden Phoenix Bazaar? I am willing to run around the entire city naked if she's really a spirit king. Ha ha ha. Yuro and Yuan looked at each other with raised eyebrows. What are you two laughing at while on duty? I have been in a bad mood lately so I can use a few laughs. Go ahead, tell me what's so funny. A clear but irritated feminine voice suddenly resounded, and when the guards heard this female's voice, they immediately stopped laughing and turned around with fearful expressions on her faces, looking as though they were staring at death. Yuan and Yuro also turned to look at the person who'd just spoken, and a very beautiful woman in her late 20s wearing red robes with a golden phoenix pattern could be seen walking in their direction. Madame Feng. The guards immediately kowtowed on the ground with their backs soaked in cold sweats. We were wrong for laughing while on duty. Please have mercy. However, the woman being addressed as Madame Feng coldly snorted, Did you not hear me? I want to know what's so funny that it made you laugh like maniacs. It's like this, visit li/tnov/l/pub.com for the best novel reading experience. The guards proceeded to explain the situation to Madame Feng. A few moments later, Madame Feng turned her focus from the guards to Yuan and the two girls beside him. So you think it's funny to joke about being a spirit king, huh? Madame Feng narrowed her eyes at them and suddenly, boom. The cultivation base of a spirit grandmaster suddenly erupted from Madame Feng's body, filling the area with a suffocating pressure, causing Yuan and Yuro to begin choking as though they were having trouble breathing. Do you still think it's funny too? However, before Madame Feng could even finish her sentence, Xiaohua shouted in a cute but angry voice, How dare you hurt brother Yuan? Boom. An immense pressure that far exceeded Madame Feng's pressure suddenly appeared to cancel out Madame Feng's pressure, before forcing Madame Feng onto her knees. For more, visit /lightnovelpub///com. This is? Madame Feng lifted her head with much effort to look at Xiaohua, her gaze filled with shock and fear. A spirit king. Chapter 86. Madame Feng. A real spirit king. She's a real spirit king. But how is that possible? How can a spirit king possibly remain in the lower heavens? Madame Feng cried inwardly after realizing her mistake that could potentially end her life. Please have mercy, Senior Spirit King. This junior had eyes but still failed to recognize your mighty presence. Madame Feng then kowtowed on the floor with her smooth forehead kissing the solid floor. However, Xiaohua did not budge and continued to release her spiritual energy. What's going on here? Which expert is emitting this powerful presence? This expert definitely surpasses the Spirit Grandmaster realm. The Spirit Lord realm? No. It's even higher. This presence belongs to a Spirit King. The other experts located within the Golden Phoenix Bazaar were greatly shocked when they sensed Xiaohua's immense presence that appeared out of thin air. However, they were too scared to even peek their heads out the windows to see the situation, much less show themselves, and unless directly told to, they would rather not stick their noses where it doesn't belong, especially when a Spirit King was involved. After all, a single mistake could mean the end of their business and even their life. That's how much power a Spirit King holds in this lower heavens where the peak experts are only at the Spirit Grandmaster realm. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Golden Phoenix Bazaar, Madame Feng remained kowtowing on the floor, not even daring to lift her head. Xiaohua, it's okay now. We're not hurt, Yuan said to her a moment later. Xiaohua nodded her head and immediately retrieved her powerful aura, allowing Madame Feng to breathe again. Updated from lightnovelp/ub. Calm, are you okay? Yuan approached Madame Feng before extending his hand out to her. Thank you. Fearing that Xiaohua might get angry at her again if she doesn't accept his hands, Madame Feng grabbed Yuan's hands and allowed him to pull her to her feet. Anyway, I will apologize again for getting ahead of myself and causing trouble for you, and I never intended on harming you. Madame Feng lowered her head and bowed to them in an apologetic manner after she was standing again. It was only a misunderstanding, you don't have to take it to the heart, Yuan said with a calm smile on his face. Anyway, since you have confirmed that Xiaohua is indeed at the Spirit King level, we should be able to shop in the Golden Phoenix Bazaar, right? Yuan then asked her. Why yes. Madame Feng quickly nodded her head. Nobody would dare to stop them even if they wanted to live in the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. And she continued, if you don't mind, I can help you with whatever you're looking for. I am the owner of the Phoenix Heaven in the Golden Phoenix Bazaar, one of the most renowned stores in the city. No matter what kind of treasure you're looking for, we will have it. If we don't, well, know where you can find it. That'd be great. Yuan said, and he continued, we're looking to buy a spirit fruit. This content is taken from lightnov/lpub, spirit fruit. Madame Feng looked at him with a dazed face, seemingly speechless. Yuan immediately began feeling nervous after seeing Madame Feng's reaction, worried that it might not be available because of its rarity. However, Madame Feng was thinking the complete opposite, as spirit fruits are pretty worthless in the Golden Phoenix Bazaar, where the treasures are usually worth 100 times more than spirit fruits. If it's only spirit fruits, I can offer some to you for free. Madame Feng said to him a moment later. Really? Isn't it very expensive, though? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. Yes, it's my way of saying sorry for the trouble I've caused you three today. Madame Feng said. And if I have to be honest, spirit fruits aren't that valuable in my eyes, as my shop sells things that are worth way more. Since you don't mind, I won't be humble, Yuan nodded his head. Please, follow me. Madame Feng said as she turned around and began walking away. Isn't this great, Yuro? We don't have to spend any money on the spirit fruit now, Yuan said to her as they followed Madame Feng. Updated from lightnovelpub, she nodded. A few minutes later, they entered this luxurious building that was somewhere in the middle of the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. Welcome back, Madame Feng. Welcome to the Phoenix Heaven, esteemed guests. The workers inside greeted them the moment they entered the building. Madame Feng nodded her head before speaking to one of the workers there. Bring me 3 spirit fruits and wrap them up nicely, it's for these esteemed guests. As you wish, Madame Feng. The worker bowed before walking away. 3 spirit fruit? We only planned on buying 1, Yuan said to her afterward. Don't worry about it, 1 or 3. It doesn't make a difference to me, Madame Feng said to him with a smile, and then she suggested, anyway, it might take some time for them to wrap up the spirit fruits. Why don't I show you around the store while we are waiting? Hearing her words, Yuan nodded, and they proceeded to follow Madame Feng around the first floor of the building. How much are the treasures here usually worth? I don't see any price tags. Yuan suddenly asked her out of curiosity. Follow current novels online/novelpus/b. The first floor mostly contains treasures worth between 10 million gold coins and 100 million gold coins, Madame Feng quickly responded to him. 100 million gold coins. Yuan looked at her with a dazed face. There appeared to be around 6 floors in this building, and if the first floor already contained treasures that are worth tens of millions of gold coins, then he cannot imagine what kind of treasure they have on the top floors. What is this? Yuan suddenly stopped in front of a display case that had a single red leaf inside, wondering how this is even a treasure. That's a blood leaf from the Devil's Forest. It's a rare treasure that requires 500 years to naturally grow, Madame Feng explained to him. It's usually used in strengthening pills. Is that so? Yuan mumbled in a low voice. A few minutes later, they finished seeing all of the treasures on the first floor. Do you wish to see the other floors? Madame Feng asked him afterward after noticing how much they were enjoying the tour, especially Yuan, whose eyes were essentially glowing with excitement. If you don't mind, Yuan said. Visit light/nov/pub/com for a better experience, huh? Why would I? Madame Feng laughed in a slightly awkward voice. While she normally wouldn't allow strangers to the higher floors, there was simply nothing she could do when there was a spirit king amongst them. Even if Yuan wanted to rob the entire building, Madame Feng could only stand there with a smile on her face while they robbed the store. However, since Yuan did not appear to be that kind of person, even feeling kind of pleasant to be around, Madame Feng wasn't too worried about showing them the treasures, or else she wouldn't even have suggested it in the first place. Madame Feng brought Yuan and the others to the second floor a few moments later, but there appeared to be fewer display cases on the second floor compared to the first floor. How much are the treasures on this floor? Yuan couldn't help but ask. Around 100 million gold coins to 200 million, she said with a smile. 200 million. Yuan could feel himself sweating just from hearing the enormous amount of wealth. Madame Feng then continued, the treasures on the third and fourth floor are worth around 200 million to 700 million. On the fifth floor, the treasures are all worth over 1 billion gold coins, but since the amount is so high, we normally accept only spirit crystal from that point forth. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. As for the sixth floor, most of the treasures there are priceless, so we only accept trades with a similar value for it. After seeing every treasure on the second floor, they continued on to the third floor. This is a divine grade sword? Yuan gazed at the beautiful and sharp sword in the display case with admiration in his eyes. That sword is called Thousand Lords, and although it is only of low quality, it is immensely powerful, to the point where even a mortal would be able to cleave an entire mountain in half if they could wield it. Xiao Hua, at what cultivation level do I need to be in order to wield something like this? Yuan decided to ask her. Brother Yuan should be able to wield earth-grade treasures now, perhaps even low-quality heaven-grade treasures. However, you'll need to reach Spirit Grandmaster before you can even consider wielding a divine-grade treasure. Spirit Grandmaster. That's quite far away. Yuan sighed. After spending a few minutes on the third floor, right as they prepared to head on to the fourth floor, one of the workers there approached them with 3 luxurious-looking square boxes. Madame Feng, here are the spirit fruits you have requested. For more, visit /lighten/ovalpub.com. Madame Feng accepted the spirit fruits before handing them to Yuan. Here you go, esteemed guests. It's not much, but please accept this small token from me. Thank you. Yuan accepted the boxes with a humble expression on his face. Although you now have what you came for, do you still wish to see the other floors? I can see that you have a fascination for swords. Since that's the case, you'll definitely love what I have on the top floor. Madame Feng said to him afterward. While she could just let Yuan leave now, she didn't want them to leave before she could create some sort of connection with them, especially with Xiao Hua, a spirit king. Okay, Yuan immediately nodded, as he was also curious about the treasures on the higher floors. Chapter 87 Empyrean Overlord. After putting away the spirit fruits into his spatial ring, Yuan and the others followed Madame Feng to the fourth floor, where even fewer display cases were available. What kind of pill is this? Rose suddenly asked after seeing the reddish pill in the display case, as she cannot imagine how a single pill could possibly cost hundreds of millions of gold coins. That's the spirit advancement pill. It can boost the cultivation base of any cultivator before the Spirit Master realm by an entire realm, so 9 levels. Madame Feng explained to her. An entire realm? So I can reach the Spirit Warrior realm right now if I swallowed it? Rose asked, her voice filled with shock. Correct. However, you can only consume one of these in your lifetime, so most people would consume it at the first level Spirit Warrior realm so they can become a Spirit Master instantly. Wow. How much would one of these costs? Yuan asked afterward. 650 million gold coins, Madame Feng responded with a smile on her face. 650 million? Yuan's jaw dropped. It didn't take him much effort or money to reach the 5th level spirit warrior realm, so the ridiculous price seemed unjustified in his eyes. However, to the majority of cultivators in this world that require months and even years of effort for a single breakthrough, if they could potentially save many years of their life with a single pill, the spirit advancement pill was worth every penny if they could afford it. After walking a circle around the 4th floor, Madame Feng brought them onto the 5th floor, where only 7 items were being sold. Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience. Everything in here is worth over 1 billion gold coins. I wonder what you can do with that amount of money in this world. Yuro mumbled. Although 1 billion gold coins may seem like a lot, it's actually not as much as you are thinking. An average sect will earn and spend tens of millions of gold coins a month, whilst the bigger ones spend hundreds of millions of gold coins every month. Madame Feng said. But that's for an entire sect with thousands of people, right? I cannot imagine someone spending so much money on a single individual. Yuro shook her head. If you are talented enough, people will be willing to spend as much resource as needed. You will be surprised by how much resources wealthy families spend on their most talented children. Madame Feng said with a smile on her face. Let's take this golden spirit silk for example. This golden spirit silk is a very important ingredient for an extremely rare and powerful pill that will permanently increase an individual's cultivation speed. If you have a very talented individual in your family and enough money, would you be willing to spend it on this person, who will surely become a great figure in the future and earn much more than what you'd spent? There's really not much difference between investing in business hoping for a good return and investing in an individual hoping to maximize their growth. Investing into a person's future, huh? Yuro turned to look at Yuan, who was considered to be one of the most talented child prodigies in history, and how much their family had invested into him before he became a cripple. Do you know of a herb called the 7-colored herb? How much do you think one of those would cost? Yuan suddenly asked her, who appeared very experienced in prices for treasures. The 7-colored herb? Now that's a treasure everyone with a store in the Golden Phoenix Bazaar would covet, even though they probably won't try to sell it. If I had one right now, it would be placed on the 6th floor, as they are extremely rare and priceless. Priceless, huh? Yuan nodded. For more, visit lightnov.com. Seeing his reaction, Madame Feng narrowed her eyes at him, wondering if he had in his possession a 7-colored herb. Anyway, let's continue the tour. Madame Feng said a moment later, and they returned to looking at the display cases whilst Madame Feng explained to them the history and value for each of these treasures that are worth over 1 billion gold coins. Sometime later, Madame Feng brought Yuan and the others onto the top floor in the building. There are only 3 items on this floor? Yuan mumbled after seeing 3 thick display cases perfectly distanced from each other. However, unlike the previous transparent display cases, these display cases were completely black, resembling glasses that were tinted to the extreme. These display cases are protected by a powerful formation that can block even attacks from a spirit grandmaster such as myself, Madame Feng said to them. Then she snapped her fingers, and one of the display cases suddenly became transparent again, allowing them to see the item inside. Is that a heart? Yuan asked in a baffled voice after seeing the red pulsing object that resembled a beating heart. It's still beating, too. Yuro exclaimed. Updated from lie/novelpub.com, although it looks like this and closely resembles a heart, it is actually a monster core that once belonged to an extremely fearsome magical beast at the Spirit Grandmaster realm, Madame Feng said. A monster core? This beating thing? Yuan's jaw dropped, as this is his first time seeing such a unique-looking monster core. Although he can eat normal monster cores without batting an eye, he will definitely have trouble putting something this disgusting into his mouth. The Spirit Grandmaster demonic beast was a special existence that had demonic blood flowing in its veins, hence why its monster core looks this way. Madame Feng said. Demons? How do they differ from magical beasts? Yuan asked. Demons are extremely powerful and fearsome monsters that resemble humans but are neither human nor beasts, They are bloodthirsty entities with unknown origins, so we do not know how they came into existence. However, we do know that they are extremely powerful and feared by most people, she explained. I see. Yuan nodded. Well, you won't find any demons in the lower heavens, though, as they are usually too powerful to exist here. Madame Feng said a moment later. Let's move on to the next item. I have a feeling that you'll really like it. After snapping her fingers, the second display case revealed itself. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel Pub. This is a sword? Yuan looked at the beautiful yet fierce-looking sword in the long display case with admiration, and his hands quickly became itchy, as he had this strong urge to hold the sword. This is not your ordinary treasure, it's a soul weapon, Madame Feng said with a smile on her face. And it's called the Empyrean Overlord. A soul weapon? Yuan became even more interested after hearing that. Don't you also have a soul weapon, brother? Yuro suddenly recalled. Madame Feng looked at Yuan with wide eyes filled with surprise. Why, you also have a soul weapon? If you don't mind, can I see it? She asked him a moment later in a trembling voice. Sure. Yuan nodded and retrieved the starry abyss the next second. Amazing. This is my first time encountering another individual with a soul weapon. Madame Feng exclaimed, and she continued, if you don't mind me asking, where did you obtain this beauty? It was given to me by some people I helped, he said in a calm voice. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub. It was given to you. Madame Feng mumbled in a trembling voice with a dazed expression on her beautiful face, wondering what kind of person would give away a soul weapon just because they had been helped by him. What about you? Where did you obtain this sword? Yuan then asked her. I found this baby inside the legacy tomb of some powerful cultivator 500 years ago, Madame Feng said with a nostalgic feeling around her. Legacy tomb? What's that? Yuan tilted his head. They are essentially a cultivator's graveyard, brother Yuan. When a powerful cultivator is near death but they want to pass down their legacy, they will create these areas to challenge those who wish to attain their legacy, and whoever passes the challenges will obtain all of that cultivator's wealth, Xiaohua explained to him. I'm more interested in how long ago you found it. 500 years? Do cultivators really live that long? Yuro said to Madame Feng with a dazed look on her face, as she cannot even imagine living past 150, much less 500. Yes, most cultivators at the Spirit Grandmaster realm can live up to 1,000 years, Madame Feng said to her. 1,000 years? Then what about a Spirit King? Yuro asked as she turned to look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyebrows immediately twitched, as she understood Yuro's intent on asking such a question. This content is taken from /light/novel pub, c/om, I'm not really sure, but they should have a longevity of at least 10,000 years. Madame Feng answered with an innocent face. 10,000 years? Yuro's jaw dropped, and her curiosity regarding Xiaohua's age intensified. Anyway, even though I managed to obtain this soul weapon, I cannot use it, as it won't recognize me as its owner no matter what I did. Madame Feng sighed afterward. It won't recognize you. Yuan mumbled with a profound expression on his face. When Xiaohua saw this, she turned to look at Madame Feng before asking her, since the soul weapon is on display in this store, you are willing to sell it, right? Hearing her question, Madame Feng immediately nodded, that's correct. Though, I am mostly looking to trade it for something of similar value, if you don't mind. Madame Feng spoke in a reserved voice, as her fear for Xiaohua still lingered within her heart. Meanwhile, Yuan stared at Xiaohua, whose intentions were clear as day, with a surprised face, clearly speechless. Chapter 88 Trading for the Soul Weapon. Xiaohua, don't tell me you are going to. Yuan looked at her with his eyes wide open. Xiaohua nodded and said, Brother Yuan looked like he wanted to hold the sword, and Xiaohua believes that she should invest in Brother Yuan's future, as there's no doubt that he'll become a great figure in the future. While it's true that I wanted to try holding the sword, it is an exaggeration to say that I want it. Yuan said with a perplexed expression on his face. However, Yuro said with a smile on her face, there's no need to be humble, brother. You may be able to fool others but you cannot fool me. I know you want that sword, and as Xiaohua said, you are worth the investment. Yuro, you. Yuan shook his head at his little sister who'd betrayed him. The only reason why he refused the soul weapon was because he feared the enormous price that Xiaohua might have to pay in order to obtain it for him. Anyway, what do you want in exchange for the soul weapon? Are you looking for something in particular? Xiaohua returned to Madame Feng. Honestly, I have been hoping to exchange the Empyrean Overlord for another soul weapon, one that I can use. However, I have had the Empyrean Overlord for over 500 years now, and there have been countless individuals interested in it, but alas, I have not met another individual with a soul weapon until today, and I doubt you would be willing to part with your current soul weapon. Madame Feng sighed. Weapons, huh? Although Xiaohua does not have any soul weapon, she has plenty of treasures. Xiaohua then opened her spatial ring and began pulling out weapons one after another until the floor was littered with at least a dozen weapons, each emitting its own powerful aura. Not just Madame Feng, but even Yuro and Yuan were staring at Xiaohua with gawking expressions on their faces. Just how many treasures does she have? The source of this content is lightnov/e/lpub. C/OMT. These are all. Madame Feng's body trembled in excitement after feeling the auras coming from these treasures. They are all peak-quality divine-grade treasures. Pick as many as you want for the soul weapon, Xiaohua said with a calm expression on her face. Since she'd already planned on giving these weapons to Yuan in the future, it wouldn't make a difference if she traded them for another weapon that he'll be using. Divine-grade treasures. Yuro's mouth salivated from the sight of so many endgame treasures. A single one of these treasures would shake the entire world and its entire player base, yet there were over a dozen of them laying before her on the floor. If she'd posted this on the forums online, nobody would believe her even if they were beaten to death. After a long moment of silence, Xiaohua spoke, "You're not satisfied? If you cannot pick, Xiaohua will exchange all of them for the soul weapon. Wait a moment, senior." Madame Feng suddenly said in a trembling voice, I am just speechless. A single one of these treasures could easily fetch over 500 million gold coins. And you're willing to exchange a dozen of them for the soul weapon. That'll make me look like I'm trying to take advantage of you. Then what do you want for the soul weapon? Xiaohua asked her again, seemingly annoyed that she cannot make up her mind. Then if you don't mind, I will take these 3 divine-grade treasures. Madame Feng picked 3 of the divine-grade weapons off the floor and showed them to Xiaohua. Okay. Xiaohua nodded her head without hesitation, as she wouldn't have minded even if Madame Feng wanted all of them since soul weapons are truly priceless. New novel chapters are published on /lightnovel/pu//b. Once Madame Feng accepted the divine-grade weapons, Xiaohua returned the rest into her spatial ring. Meanwhile, Madame Feng retrieved the Empyrean Overlord from the display case and handed it to Yuan. Thank you for doing business with Phoenix Heaven, esteemed guests. This is the Empyrean Overlord. Yuan held the massive sword that was nearly his height with both of his hands, barely keeping it from falling due to its immense weight. This is much heavier than I'd expected. Yuan exclaimed afterward. Well, it weighs over 1,000 genes, not to mention the soul weapon hasn't recognized you as its master yet. If you can control it, it should become as light as a feather. Madame Feng said. And then she continued, oh, I forgot to ask you this, but have you been acknowledged by your other soul weapon? Does that matter? Yuan asked her. She nodded and continued, most people can only contract one soul weapon at a time unless they have a strong soul. However, even if one has the capability to control 2 soul weapons at once, there's a high chance that the soul weapons would reject each other, as most soul weapons do not like sharing their resources. Sharing their resources? Yuan raised an eyebrow. For more, visit light/novelpub.com. Soul weapons grow with their owners, but if you have 2 soul weapons, it's only logical that they will have to share that experience, slowing down their growth by half. Madame Feng explained to him. I had no idea it would be like that, and yes, I am already contracted with the starry abyss, Yuan said to her. It would suck if I am unable to contract it because of the starry abyss since I like them both equally. Well, there's no harm in trying. If it doesn't work out, I don't mind giving you a refund, Madame Feng said. Don't worry, Brother Yuan. With your talents, you'll have no trouble controlling 2 soul weapons at once. Xiaohua said to him. That's right, brother. Don't underestimate yourself. Yuro patted his back for encouragement. Yuan nodded and laid the sword on the floor. He then poked a hole in his finger with the starry abyss before squeezing a drop of his blood onto the sword. The moment his blood touched the Empyrean Overlord, it immediately began trembling. However, it was not just the Empyrean Overlord that had a reaction to Yuan's blood, as Madame Feng suddenly felt a shiver going down her spine. This smell is... Madame Feng unconsciously raised her eyebrows after smelling an indescribable fragrance that had suddenly appeared in the room and instantly attracted her attention. Meanwhile, the Empyrean Overlord on the floor suddenly began levitating off the floor. Visit lightnovel/p//ub/com for a better experience. Oh? Yuan became excited after seeing the Empyrean Overlord reacting the same way the starry abyss had when he contracted it. The starry abyss in his grasp also suddenly began trembling, almost as though it was trying to communicate with the Empyrean Overlord. After an entire minute had passed with both soul weapons trembling non-stop, they suddenly stopped moving. Another moment later, congratulations. The Empyrean Overlord has recognized you as its owner. Empyrean Overlord level 0 rank, soul weapon, growth rate, very slow, visit /lightnovelpub/com for a better experience requirement. Description, a mythical sword once wielded by the Sword Emperor. It can be as light as a feather or as heavy as a star. It worked. The contract worked. It recognized me as its master. Yuan shouted in excitement after seeing the notification. Congratulations, Brother Yuan. Xiaohua said to him without much surprise on her face. See? There's nothing you cannot do, brother. Yuro said with a smile on her face. However, as they were celebrating, Madame Feng suddenly moved and approached Yuan. What's wrong, Madame Feng? Yuan asked her when she got extremely close to him. I'm sorry, but I cannot control myself right now. Madame Feng spoke as she suddenly grabbed Yuan's hand that was still bleeding slightly and lifted it towards her own face. Aya, follow current novels on li/knovelpu/b. Madame Feng took a deep breath with an elated expression on her face before she opened her mouth and shoved Yuan's bleeding finger into her own mouth, shocking everybody there. Madame Feng? Yuan exclaimed, yet he couldn't remove his arm when he tried, as he was being tightly held by a spirit grandmaster, and he could feel Madame Feng sucking on his finger, or more precisely, his blood. What are you doing to my brother? Yuro also cried out loud, her eyes wide with shock. However, almost as though she was in a trance, Madame Feng ignored everything around her and continued sucking on Yuan's finger with an enchanted expression on her face, looking like she was charmed by the taste of his blood. Get away from Brother Yuan. Xiaohua waved her sleeves with a frown on her small and round face, forcing Madame Feng off the terrified Yuan. Thank God my finger is still here. Yuan sighed in relief after seeing that his finger, albeit wet with Madame Feng's saliva, was still intact. After a long moment of awkward silence, Madame Feng finally snapped out of her daze, and when she realized what she'd just done, she immediately kowtowed on the floor with her face flushed with redness. I am so sorry. I don't know what happened to me just now. Something about your blood had attracted me, and I unconsciously. I swear I didn't do it on purpose. My blood. Yuan looked at her wet finger with raised eyebrows. Why would his blood attract her? Unless Madame Feng turned out to be a vampire, there was no logical explanation behind her actions just now. Please. Believe me. I really don't know what happened just now. Madame Feng continued to beg for forgiveness. The source of this content is lightnovelpub/com. It's fine. I was just a little surprised, that's all. Yuan said with a smile on his face. Chapter 89 Phoenix Blood. Are you really okay, Brother Yuan? Xiaohua asked him in a worried voice. Yes, I am not hurt. She was just sucking my blood, that's all, Yuan nodded. Sucking your blood? Yuro raised her eyebrows and looked at Madame Feng, who remained kneeling there with a guilty expression on her face. Anyway, let's forget about this and continue with the tour. There's still one item left, and I would very much like to see it, Yuan said a moment later. Right away, esteemed guest. Madame Feng quickly stood up and snapped her fingers, causing the third and last display case to reveal the treasure inside. Once the third treasure was revealed, both Yuro and Yuan raised their eyebrows. This is a jade slip? Yuan placed his head in front of the display case and narrowed his eyes, making sure he wasn't seeing things. This object has this indescribable feeling to it. Yuro also looked at it with curiosity. What is this thing? The jade slip is just a container. The real treasure is inside, and inside the jade slip is a single drop of blood. Madame Feng responded. Blood? They looked at her with raised eyebrows. New novel chapters are published on lightnovelpub.com. Of course, it is not just any ordinary blood, as it once belonged to a legendary divine beast, the Vermilion Phoenix. Madame Feng spoke with a smile on her face. Vermilion Phoenix? So there is phoenix blood inside that jade slip? Even Xiaohua became interested after learning of its origins, as phoenixes are extremely rare divine beasts. That's right, and this is authentic phoenix blood. Madame Feng nodded. How can you tell it's real phoenix blood? Yuan asked. Is there some way to test it? There is, but that requires one to consume the blood and test its effects, which is a complete waste since there's only a single drop. However, we know this is real phoenix blood without needing to test it because it was given to us by the Vermilion Phoenix herself. Madame Feng said to them. What? You have met the phoenix? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. No, I haven't. The phoenix blood had been passed down many generations, and it was my ancestors that obtained the phoenix blood from the Vermilion Phoenix. Madame Feng shook her head. Is that so? Then does this phoenix blood actually do anything besides being extremely rare? Yuro asked her. Of course, Madame Feng quickly nodded. Phoenix blood is a miracle treasure with many effects. A single drop can bring a half-dead man back to life. It can also heal any illness and injuries, and it could even regrow your limbs. Furthermore, if you consume phoenix blood, your longevity will increase significantly. Depending on the quality of the blood and the strength of the phoenix it came from, it can grant even a mortal over 10,000 years of longevity without needing to cultivate. This content is taken from l/i/novelpub.com. Heal any illness or injuries. A profound expression appeared on Yuan's face when he heard that, and an idea immediately appeared in his mind. If the translucent dew of flawlessness affected my body in real life, maybe this phoenix blood could also heal my illness? Even if it's only a possibility, I must obtain this phoenix blood at all cost. What do you want in exchange for the phoenix blood? Yuan decided to ask her. You want this phoenix blood? Madame Feng looked at him with a surprised face, as did Yuro and Xiaohua. Why does he want the phoenix blood? Yes. Yuan nodded. I don't really know. I have had countless offers before, but none of them managed to attract me, and I don't have anything in mind for now. Madame Feng said. How about the other divine-grade treasures? Xiaohua can give you all of them for the phoenix blood. Xiaohua suddenly chimed in. Since this is her first time seeing such intense desire from Yuan's eyes, she wanted to do her best to assist him. I'm sorry, Senior, but I would prefer something else. Madame Feng apologized to her. Follow current novels on /lightnov/lp/ub/com. If you don't say what you want, then how are we supposed to know what to trade? Yuro asked with a slight frown on her face. Well, although I have never really thought about what I wanted in exchange for the phoenix's blood, I think I have something in mind now. Madame Feng spoke in a nervous tone, and she turned to look at Yuan afterward. Huh? Yuan raised his eyebrows after noticing her gaze, but he soon realized what she wanted from him. You want my blood? He asked her. Madame Feng did not immediately respond and remained silent for a long moment before nodding her head in an embarrassed manner. Okay, how much do you want? Yuan immediately agreed. As long as it doesn't kill me, I'll give you however much blood you want. Oh really? Madame Feng's eyes flickered with excitement. Brother, are you really going to? Yuro looked at him with disbelief. Although it may appear quite the bargain to obtain real phoenix blood by exchanging his own blood, this entire situation appeared extremely suspicious, as it was simply too good to be true. Yes, it's fine. It's only my blood. It'll return sooner or later, Yuan nodded. For more, visit lightno/velpub/com. He then looked at Madame Feng and continued, how do you want to draw my blood? I was just thinking about drinking it straight from your body. She said. Drinking it straight from my body? Yuan trembled in fright after hearing her words. This is for the phoenix blood. I must endure it. Yuan cried inwardly before nodding. Go ahead. He lifted his arm, showing her his pale and smooth arms. Seeing this, Madame Feng unconsciously licked her luscious red lips. Yuan trembled even more after seeing this. Thinking to himself that Madame Feng being a vampire was becoming more and more likely. If you do anything suspicious to Brother Yuan, Xiaohua will not hold back this time like previously, Xiaohua suddenly warned her with narrowed eyes. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. I wouldn't dare, Senior. Madame Feng said with a fearful expression. Why don't we go somewhere more comfortable? Madame Feng then suggested to Yuan. After Yuan nodded, Madame Feng said, follow me. Sometime later, they entered this room that was behind some curtains on the 6th floor, and it was clearly Madame Feng's personal room, as the room was filled with furniture and even a large bed. Please take a seat on the bed, Madame Feng pointed at the large red bed. Okay. Yuan nodded and sat on the bed without hesitation. Madame Feng then sat beside him with Yu Rou and Xiaohua standing a few meters away. Whenever you're ready, Madame Feng said to him in a gentle voice. Yuan nodded before using the starry abyss to cut a small opening on the lower area of his palm, and blood immediately began flowing out. This content is taken from lightnovelpub.com. Madame Feng quickly grabbed his hand and kissed his wound with her soft lips, not letting even a single drop of his blood go to waste. Erotic noises came from Madame Feng as she savored Yuan's blood that was incomprehensibly delicious for some reason, and just a single drop of it made Madame Feng completely addicted to it. Meanwhile, Yuan tried his best to keep a poker expression on his face, but the feeling of Madame Feng's soft lips was simply too stimulating, especially her tongue that was gently licking his wound, almost like a dog. Why do you think she likes my brother's blood so much? Is she actually a vampire disguised as a human? Yu Rou whispered to Xiaohua as they watched. Xiaohua shook her head and said, no, she's not a vampire. As for why she's consuming Brother Yuan's blood, Xiaohua can think of a few. Brother Yuan's blood may be special, perhaps he has a unique bloodline that has the effect of making people addicted to it. Huh? Is that even possible? Yu Rou looked at her with wide eyes. Xiaohua nodded and said, there are many unique bloodlines in this world, and some of them have powerful and incomprehensible effects, such as having blood that can increase magical beasts' cultivation or blood that can strengthen even treasures. Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience. Wow. Yu Rou expressed her awe after hearing what bloodlines could do. But if my brother's blood can affect humans, why aren't we affected by it? Yu Rou then asked. Perhaps it only affects some people, like how some medicines work better on some than others, Xiaohua said. That makes sense. Yu nodded. Many minutes later, Yuan was beginning to feel lightheaded, so he tapped Madame Feng's shoulders and said, I think I am at my limit. If I lose any more blood, I'll probably die from blood loss. Aya. Madame Feng removed her lips from his wound a few seconds later, even releasing a loud and satisfied sigh, sounding as though she'd just drank something delicious. Thank you, esteemed guest. I don't know why I crave for your blood, but I am now satisfied. Madame Feng said to him. New novel chapters are published on lee/gitnovelpub // However, Yuan did not respond. Esteemed guest? Madame Feng noticed that Yuan was staring at her with wide eyes, so she called him again. Your eyes, they changed colors. Yuan said to her, whose brown eyes had suddenly turned golden after drinking his blood. Madame Feng immediately rushed to look for a mirror after hearing Yuan's words, almost like she was in a panic. It's gold. It's really golden. Madame Feng suddenly exclaimed in an excited voice, dumbfounding the people in the room. Ha ha ha. It has returned. My powers have returned. Powers. Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner, wondering what she was talking about. Chapter 90 Vermilion Phoenix. It's a miracle. My powers are starting to return. Ha ha ha. Madame Feng danced around like an excited little girl after seeing her golden eyes in the mirror. Meanwhile, Yuan and the other two girls were staring at her with a dazed look on their faces. What was she so excited about? What did she mean by her powers are back when she's already at the Spirit Grandmaster realm? Are you okay? Yuan suddenly asked her. Madame Feng immediately turned to look at Yuan, but her gaze towards him had changed significantly compared to previously, almost like she was seeing him in a new light. She turned around and walked to him very quickly before stopping a meter away and lowering her body until both her knees were on the floor, and she proceeded to press her forehead onto the floor made of marble, kowtowing to Yuan. Esteemed guest. No, young master. Thank you very much for restoring my powers even if it's only slightly. Madame Feng said to him. I don't really understand, Yuan said while scratching his head. Madame Feng then said, to tell you the truth, I am not exactly human. In fact, I am a divine beast, the Vermilion Phoenix. You're a phoenix? Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice. Follow current novels on lightnovelp/ub. No way. Even Yu and Xiaohua were startled by this reveal by Madame Feng. Yes, however, due to some circumstances, my bloodline was cursed, and my powers have been sealed and I am forced to live my life as a human. I have been living such a life for over 10,000 years now. Madame Feng continued to reveal even more secrets about herself that she'd kept a secret for over 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Yuan cannot imagine living for so long and was greatly shocked to hear that Madame Feng had this much experience. So your powers have returned, huh? That's great to hear, Yuan said with a smile. Yes. But it's only a small amount, and I can still feel the curse restricting my body. Madame Feng sighed. And then she lifted her head to look at Yuan with a hopeful gaze and continued, however, young master. I believe your blood can help me remove this curse and allow me to be free once again. My blood? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a surprised manner. Yes. For some reason, I am attracted to your blood, and after drinking it, my curse weakened, so I can only assume that your blood has the ability to remove my curse. Madame Feng said. Therefore, I plead the young master for help. Please help get rid of this curse that has trapped me in this lower heavens for 10,000 years. I will do anything in return. Follow current novels on lig/nov/e/lp/ub. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke in a calm voice. If my blood can really help you remove your curse, I would gladly help by giving you as much blood as you need. However, it requires time for my blood to recover, and I don't have the time to wait around, not to mention who knows how much blood you will need to fully remove that curse. That's right. Brother Yuan will soon climb the stairway to heaven until he reaches the peak. He doesn't have the time to linger in this small place, Xiaohua also chimed in. Stairway to heaven. Madame Feng looked at him with surprise, and she became silent. Are you okay? Yuan asked her after she remained silent for a minute. After blinking her eyes in a dazed manner a few times, Madame Feng suddenly said to Yuan, Young master, if you cannot stay here, then I will follow you until I am free of my curse. Of course, I won't selfishly request your help free of charge. Everything in this store, including myself, I shall bestow to the young master. As long as you let me follow you and consume your blood occasionally, you can do whatever you want with these treasures or my body. Everything in this store? Yuan looked at her with a gawking expression. He cannot imagine obtaining so many expensive treasures at once, and all he needed to do was share some of his blood. I won't ask you to give your treasures since I don't need so many treasures that I cannot use, and I don't want to feel greedy, like I'd taken advantage of you, who is currently in a bind because of a curse. I am satisfied with just the phoenix blood, Yuan said with a gentle smile on his face. Seeing Yuan's blinding smile, Madame Feng narrowed her eyes before bowing to him again. Thank you, young master. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightno/vel/pu/b, Madame Feng then said, Young master, may I have some of your blood again? Just a single drop will do. Yuan nodded and extended his arm. Madame Feng lifted her head and licked the wound on Yuan's palm. A second later, the wound immediately disappeared, and a few more seconds later, a notification appeared before Yuan. Vermilion Phoenix has initiated a temporary servant contract with you. Young master, this one's full name is Feng Yuxiang or Feng for short. Until my curse is lifted, I shall swear my allegiance to the young master and heed your every command without any complaints, and the young master can use my body as he pleases. Will the young master allow me to stay by your side? Yes, I don't mind. Yuan nodded. It would benefit him to have another powerful ally by his side, anyway. You have accepted Vermilion Phoenix as your servant. Name, Feng Yuxiang. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnov/pub. Servant grade, Divine Master, Yuan Cultivation, 9th level Spirit Grandmaster Legacy, Nun Bloodline, Ancient Phoenix Bloodline Physique, Inextinguishable Immortal Fire, Phoenix Fire, Rank, Heaven. New novel chapters are published on live/novel/pub. Mastery level, 5, Superior Sense rank, Heaven, Chi Manifestation rank, Earth, Fly, visit Light Novel Pub. For a better experience rank, Earth, Undying Flames rank, Divine, Fire Immunity rank, Divine, Cursed Bloodline. The source of this content is l/ig/tno/velp/ub. Rank? Congratulations. Because you have obtained a divine beast as your servant, you have been awarded the unique title Divine Beast Tamer. After Yuan accepted Feng Yuxiang as his servant, an announcement appeared in the sky for every player to witness. Congratulations. Player Yuan has become the first player to obtain a divine beast servant. The announcement immediately caused an uproar within the community, creating a wildfire on the internet shortly later. Divine Beast. Player White Lotus mumbled to herself as she stared at the announcement in the sky with a dazed expression on her face, and she turned to look at her two-tailed black cat. As the first player to have obtained a servant, she was naturally proud of herself. But after player Yuan suddenly came out of the blue and obtained a divine-grade servant, her achievements were instantly overshadowed. Now that player Yuan has obtained a divine beast, she might as well treat her achievement as though it never happened. Meanwhile, back in Feng Yuxiang's room, Yu Rou and Xiao Hua were staring at Feng Yuxiang with a shocked expression on their faces. Brother, just obtained a phoenix as his servant? Yu Rou mumbled in a low voice. Although she couldn't help but be slightly envious of Yuan, she was also proud of him for yet another incredible achievement that will without doubt shake the entire world. Xiao Hua, on the other hand, had an uncomfortable and indescribable feeling in her chest, almost like something important and special had been taken away from her. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub. Calm, thank you, young master. Feng Yuxiang said as she suddenly stood up and kissed Yuan on the cheeks. Ah! Yuro shouted loudly after seeing this, her eyes wide with shock. Sometime later, Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang, I can call you Feng, right? What are you going to do with this place if you are going to follow me? Yes, the young master can address me as he pleases. As for the Phoenix Heaven, since I don't have anyone I trust enough to entrust them this place, I will simply close the store down since I won't have the time to manage it anymore, she responded. I see. Yuan nodded, and he continued a moment later, by the way, the Phoenix blood, here is the Phoenix blood, young master. Feng Yuxiang then handed him the jade slip that contained the Phoenix blood. Oh yeah, since you are actually the Vermilion Phoenix, does this mean this blood is yours? Yuan suddenly asked her. That's right, young master, Feng Yuxiang nodded, and she continued, however, the blood within that jade slip was extracted from my body before I was cursed, so you can also say it's no longer my blood. How does the curse work, exactly? Yuan then asked her. This content is taken from L/It Novel Pub. Calm, well, it seals my cultivation base and suppresses it, not allowing me to ascend to the next realm no matter how much I cultivate, hence why I have been stuck in the Spirit Grandmaster realm for over 10,000 years now. Furthermore, it puts a restriction on my bloodline, forcing me to remain in my human form, and I cannot transform back into my phoenix form until the curse weakens enough. Does this mean you are actually much stronger than your current self? Yuan continued to ask. That's right, young master. My real cultivation base is actually much higher because I was born in the higher realms. I am only stuck in this place now because if I would not survive in the higher realms with my current strength. Feng Yuxiang nodded. However, my powers should return as the curse weakens. So while I cannot assist the young master much in my current state, once my curse weakens and my powers slowly return, I will be of more use to the young master in the future, she said. Chapter 91 Unknown Bloodline. If you don't mind me asking, how did you even get the curse in the first place? Yuan suddenly asked Feng Yuxiang. Hearing his question and recalling her history, Feng Yuxiang sighed in a depressed manner before speaking. This is going to sound silly, but we phoenixes are born with extreme pride, but that pride sometimes turns into arrogance, and being the young phoenix I was back then, I accidentally offended someone I wasn't supposed to, so that person cursed my bloodline, sealing my powers. Yuan stared at her with a dumbfounded expression. She had her powers sealed and her bloodline cursed just because she offended someone? Just what kind of person did she offend? And how powerful must this person be to curse a phoenix's bloodline? At least you're being honest, Yuro suddenly approached them and said. By the way, what are you going to do with that phoenix's blood, brother? She then asked him. I'm going to consume it, of course, he said. Why would brother Yuan? Xiaohua also approached them and looked at Yuan with a puzzled face. Are you injured or sick somewhere, brother Yuan? And no, not really, Yuan quickly shook his head. Then why do you need the phoenix's blood, brother Yuan? Xiaohua tilted her head in a puzzled manner. If you are not injured then it's about increasing your longevity. However, brother Yuan is still very young and nowhere near his limit. He doesn't need to use such a treasure to increase his longevity. In Xiaohua's view, only cultivators who have reached the end of their longevity and also the limit of their growth would require obtaining longevity from treasures, as that is the only way they can continue living. For more, visit Light Novel Pub. Well. It's kind of complicated. Yuan said with an awkward smile on his face. It was not as though he could tell them that he wanted to see whether the phoenix's blood could heal his body in the real world, as that would make him sound crazy. By the way, young master, I have been wondering, what kind of bloodline do you have? If your blood can weaken that person's curse, you must come from a powerful family that is even more powerful than that person, right? Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked him. Bloodline. But I don't have any unique bloodline, Yuan said, at least that's what his status says. Yuan then opened his status to in case. Bloodline, none indeed, he did not have any bloodline according to the system. That's impossible, young master, for you to not have a powerful bloodline. Normal blood would not attract a divine beast such as myself, much less weaken the curse from a powerful cultivator in the upper heavens, Feng Yuxiang said to him with a puzzled face. I don't know what else to say since I really don't have any special bloodline and I am not from some powerful family, Yuan said. Feng Yuxiang became silent with a pondering expression on her face. A few moments later, she spoke, although I didn't mention this before, my phoenix blood also has the ability to awaken bloodlines. In fact, all divine beasts have such ability. If you drink my blood, perhaps you will learn more about your bloodline. After all, not everyone is born with their bloodline awakened. Some must fulfill requirements or require assistance from treasures in order to awaken their bloodlines. Follow current novels on l/itnov/lpub/com, really? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Perhaps that's why the system cannot recognize his bloodline, as it has yet to awaken. Anyway, we'll know whether I have a bloodline or not after I consume the phoenix blood. I just have to break the jade slip, right? Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang. Allow me to help you, young master. Yuan nodded and handed her the jade slip. Feng Yuxiang then placed the jade slip above Yuan's head and said, Open your mouth, young master. Yuan lifted his head and opened his mouth. Feng Yuxiang then snapped the jade slip in half, and a single drop of golden blood escaped from the jade slip, falling directly into Yuan's throat. A few seconds later, you have consumed a drop of Vermilion Phoenix blood. New novel chapters are published on lig/novelpub/. You have gained 50,000 years of longevity from consuming Vermilion Phoenix blood. All of your injuries and illness has been cured. The Vermilion Phoenix blood is reacting to your bloodline. Attempting to awaken bloodline failed. Attempting to awaken bloodline again. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. Failed. Final attempt to awaken bloodline failed. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Vermilion Phoenix blood is too weak to awaken your bloodline. Heaven refining physique activated. Vermilion Phoenix blood has been refined. You have obtained the skill Superior Regeneration from refining Vermilion Phoenix blood. Superior Regeneration rank. Heaven description. Greatly improves all of your regeneration abilities. Yuan looked at Feng Yuxiang afterward and said, I think the Vermilion Phoenix blood is too weak to awaken my bloodline. What? My blood is too weak? Feng Yuxiang exclaimed in a shocked voice. Follow current novels on lightnov/pub.com. That's outrageous. My blood has the capabilities to awaken all bloodlines below the divine grade. However, Feng Yuxiang suddenly turned silent, and she continued a moment later, actually, that would make sense since your blood was able to weaken that person's curse, so it's not too far-fetched to say your bloodline is above the divine grade. Feng Yuxiang looked at Yuan with a gaze of admiration and even a hint of fear within her eyes. People who are born with bloodlines above the divine grade are too far and few in between, and only extremely powerful families in the upper heavens have the capabilities to give birth to someone with such a powerful bloodline. Just who is Yuan? What kind of powerful cultivation family is he from? Brother Yuan has a bloodline that's above divine grade? Xiaohua also looked at Yuan with wide eyes filled with shock. It has been a while since she felt this way, probably not ever since she first witnessed Yuan consuming monster cores. While Feng Yuxiang and Xiaohua stared at Yuan with dazed looks on their faces, Yuro spoke. What are the grades for bloodlines? Though, I can already imagine how powerful divine grade is just by its name. There are many grades for bloodlines. The lowest grade would be royal grade, then imperial grade, and finally, divine grade. Of course, there are still much more powerful bloodlines that are above the divine grade such as the ancient grade, but you only see people with that kind of bloodline in the upper heavens, not a small place such as the lower heavens, Feng Yuxiang explained. And since my Vermilion Phoenix blood could not awaken the young master's bloodline, it means that his bloodline is above the divine grade and too powerful for my blood to do anything. Then what could possibly awaken my bloodline? Yuan asked her out of curiosity. Well, there are plenty of divine beasts that can awaken bloodlines above the divine grade, such as the heavenly dragon and the star tortoise, but you won't find any of them in the lower heavens, as they only live in the upper heavens. Feng Yuxiang said. This content is taken from lie/t/novel/pub. The upper heavens, Yuan mumbled. Are you sure you're not from some powerful cultivation family from the upper heavens, young master? After all, there's simply no way an ordinary cultivator would have such a powerful bloodline, not even if they are the luckiest people in the world. Feng Yuxiang asked him again. Yes, I am sure. Yuan nodded. Feng Yuxiang narrowed her eyes at him. Of course, she didn't fully believe him. But since Yuan didn't want to tell her, she won't continue asking, as she was afraid that it might anger him. Anyway, I still have to close down this store before I can leave this place. Can you spare me a few hours, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him afterward. Go ahead, we'll be here. Yuan nodded. Thank you, young master. Then I'll try to get this over with as soon as possible. Feng Yuxiang then left the room and began closing the store down. Meanwhile, Yuan said to Yuro, don't you have piano lessons to attend to today? Yuro shook her head and said, no, there are no lessons on Sundays. However, I still have to cook you breakfast, so I'll do that now. Follow current novels on lightnovelpu/b. C/om, okay, Yuan nodded. After Yuro logged off to prepare breakfast, Xiaohua suddenly spoke, Brother Yuan, can we really trust that woman? Feng. I think so, he nodded with a calm expression. Why? Do you not trust her? Well, she has done some unfavorable things. Xiaohua said. I guess her first impression isn't exactly the best. However, I can feel that she's not a bad person at heart, just like you, Xiaohua. Yuan said with a smile on his face, causing her to blush. Like Xiaohua? She mumbled. That's right. It's hard to explain it, but I can somehow tell whether someone is a good person or a bad person just by their aura. It's something that has been with me since I was young. While I haven't been around people for many years now, my ability still remains, Yuan said. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua nodded and said, since Brother Yuan trusts that bird, Xiaohua will also believe in her. As for Brother Yuan's bloodline, Xiaohua will think of something. Thank you, Xiaohua. Yuan said to her, and he continued, anyway, I will also log off for now. If Feng returns before I do, just let her know that I will be back later. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel Pub. Xiaohua nodded, and Yuan logged off the next second with his heart throbbing with excitement, as he was impatient to see whether the Vermilion Phoenix blood had affected his body in the real world just like the translucent dew of Flawlessness had. Chapter 92 Breakthrough. After logging off, Yuan immediately began trying to move his real body, hoping that the Vermilion Phoenix blood had cured his illness and healed his crippled body. But alas, he quickly realized that nothing had changed when he still couldn't move his limbs or see the world around him. However, he was not discouraged, and he began reciting the cultivation technique inside his head, silently praying that it would work. Even if my body is still crippled, as long as I can cultivate. With that thought in mind, Yuan proceeded to spend many minutes cultivating. Ouch! The pain returned after a few moments of cultivation, but Yuan did not give up and tried again. Ouch! New novel chapters are published on light/n/oval/ub. Comment again. Ouch! And again. Ouch! Why? Why hasn't anything changed? My body is still useless and I cannot cultivate. Why didn't the Vermilion Phoenix blood work like the translucent dew of Flawlessness? Damn it! Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration and cried out in a low but deeply sorrowful voice after realizing that he was still crippled and useless, feeling as though his hopes had shattered. However, right as tears flowed from his eyes, Yuan suddenly felt a warm feeling in his heart, almost as though there was a small flame within his heart. This warm feeling gradually grew hotter and hotter, and it also began spreading throughout his body shortly later. A few minutes later, Yuan could feel his entire body burning feverishly, almost like he was inside an oven with its temperature turned up. For more, visit lightnov/pub. Com. However, this burning sensation did not feel painful, nor was it unpleasant. Is this the effects of the Vermilion Phoenix blood? Yuan wondered to himself, feeling as though his body was engulfed in flames just like a burning phoenix. Although Yuan did not know this at the time, his damaged meridians were actually being restored by the Vermilion Phoenix blood, hence the burning sensation all over his body. After sweating a bucket of sweat, the burning sensation in Yuan's body began to subdue, yet the gentle flame within his heart lingered no matter how long had passed, almost like an undying flame. Once everything calmed down, Yuan took a moment to clear his mind and began reciting the cultivation technique again. This time, Yuan could instantly recognize the difference, and the difference was as clear as day and night, like breathing with a blocked nose and breathing normally. Furthermore, although there was still slight pain while he cultivates, it wasn't as painful as before and it was completely endurable even for long periods at a time. And many minutes later, Yuan suddenly felt a refreshing feeling spread throughout his body starting from the center of his body until it reached the end of his limbs, making him recall the first time he had become a cultivator. This feeling. Did I become a cultivator? Yuan wondered to himself as he was unsure. Without the system telling him, he had no proof or confirmation that he had successfully become a cultivator just now. For more, visit /lig/novel/pub. Com. However, one thing he was certain would be his condition. Even if he had somehow managed to become a cultivator in the real world, his body still remained crippled. With that being said, it was not as though nothing about his body had changed. Although it was only slightly, his body had regained some sense of feeling, allowing him to feel the wet blanket and his own sweat when he previously wouldn't have been able to feel a thing except for the weight of the blankets. It worked. Ha ha ha. It really worked. Yuan began laughing out loud at his success. What worked? Rose suddenly returned to the room with breakfast. Oh. Nothing. Yuan said. He was simply not ready to tell her just yet. Just wait a little longer, Rose. Once I can finally start moving again. A mysterious smile appeared on Yuan's face. Ah. Brother Tian. Why is your body soaked in sweat? Rose immediately realized the wet blankets and exclaimed. I guess it's a little hot in here. Yuan said with a weird smile on his face. Rose immediately removed the wet blanket from his body and tossed it on the floor. Visit /lightnov/lpub/c/om for a better experience. Let's quickly finish breakfast before you catch a cold. Rose said as she began feeding him soup for breakfast. A few minutes later, Rose called the servants to change the blankets and clean the bedsheets whilst she took Yuan to the bathroom to give him a quick shower. While being cleaned by Rose, Yuan could faintly feel her hands rubbing his body, indicating that his senses were truly beginning to return. Ah. How long has it been since I last felt such sensations on my body? Yuan sighed inwardly, feeling like he was on cloud 9. However, a weird and unfamiliar sensation appeared in his body when Rose began cleaning the area below his waist, especially the area between his legs. Although he couldn't understand why, it felt unfathomably awkward, and he could feel a chill going down his spine. This weird sensation would continue to linger in his body for some time, as Rose seemed to be especially focused on cleaning around that area. Sometime later, he could feel the water rinsing his body. And then he felt a strong wind blowing on his body. By the time Rose finished cleaning Yuan, the servants had long cleaned the bedsheets and blankets in Rose's room, allowing them to sleep on it again. The source of this content is lightnovelpub, c/om. I made sure the blankets this time are not as heavy so you don't sweat like that again, Rose said to him before they entered the cultivation world again. Looks like Feng is still trying to close the store, Yuan said after not seeing her face in the room. While they waited for Feng Yuxiang to finish closing the store, Yuan asked Xiaohua, how can someone who just became a cultivator tell that they have actually become one? Although Xiaohua was confused as to why he would ask such a basic question, Xiaohua still answered him regardless, when someone becomes a cultivator for the first time, they will be able to feel a burst of spiritual energy within their body. It's that refreshing feeling, right? Yuan asked. That's right. Xiaohua nodded. What else? Well, they will be able to sense the spiritual energy in the air. If one cannot feel spirit qi, then it means they are not a cultivator yet. Ah. That's right. Feeling the spiritual energy in the air. How could I forget such a basic thing? Yuan sighed inwardly. His excitement from cultivating successfully had messed with his ability to think properly. The source of this content is l/itnovelpub.com. After asking Xiaohua a few more basic questions about cultivators, Yuan sat on Feng Yuxiang's bed and cultivated while they waited for her to return. A little over 2 hours later, Feng Yuxiang returned to the room with her body slightly glistening from sweat. I am sorry for making you wait so long for me, young master. I ran into some problems, but I have finally closed the store. Feng Yuxiang said to him. If not for some reluctant people begging her to stay in Phoenix City, she would have completed her errands much quicker. Though, as one of the top figures and the owner of one of the most famous stores in Phoenix City, it was only a given that her sudden departure would shock a lot of people in the city, especially the powerful families and individuals. Don't mind it. Yuan said, and then he continued, by the way, I have another question regarding your Vermilion Phoenix blood. Does it have any effects besides healing injuries, increasing longevity, and awakening bloodlines? Another effect, huh? Feng Yuxiang immediately closed her eyes to ponder. After thinking for a good minute, she suddenly opened her eyes and said, Oh. That's right. My blood can also heal one's meridians. Restore meridians? Xiaohua did mention something like that before. Perhaps that was the reason for my frustration. Now that her blood has restored my meridians, I can finally cultivate. After pondering for a moment, Yuan turned to look at Feng Yuxiang before approaching her with a wide smile on his face. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. Thank you, Feng. Although you may not realize it, you have saved my life with your blood. In return, no matter how much blood you want from me or when you want it, I will gladly give it to you. Yuan suddenly opened his arms and hugged Feng Yuxiang's slender body tightly, his voice filled with joy. Why, young master? Feng Yuxiang panicked when Yuan suddenly embraced her, as she could immediately feel Xiaohua glaring daggers at them. However, she also didn't dare to push Yuan away, as that could be regarded as being disrespectful. Furthermore, she has already told Yuan that he could do whatever he wanted to his body, and pushing him away would contradict her promise. Sometime later, once Yuan expressed all of his excitement through the embrace, he released Feng Yuxiang, who appeared to be sweating even more than a minute ago. Anyways, are you ready to come with us? Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang afterward. Feng Yuxiang nodded and said, no matter where the young master goes, this one shall follow. A second later, Feng Yuxiang's body suddenly became engulfed in beautiful golden flames until her body could no longer be seen, and her figure began shrinking until it was a small ball of golden flames. While Yuan was dumbfounded, Feng Yuxiang, now a ball of golden flames, flew directly at Yuan's chest where his heart was located, disappearing from the room and into his chest, and Yuan could feel a warm sensation in his heart afterward, almost like his heart was also engulfed in flames. This sensation, the warm and pleasant feeling in his heart, was very familiar, and it quickly reminded him of a similar feeling that could be felt in his real body. Chapter 93: A Frenzied Crowd. Are you okay, Brother Yuan? Are you feeling any pain? Xiaohua asked him after Feng Yuxiang entered his body. Yuan patted his body and nodded a moment later. Yes, everything's fine. I am not hurt, nor does it feel unpleasant. He then turned to look at Yu Rou and handed her all 3 spirit fruits and said, Here race the spirit fruits. You'll need them to tame the beasts. However, Yu Rou only accepted 2 of them and said, You can keep the last one, brother. I just need an extra one for insurance. Although Yuan didn't really need the spirit fruit, he nodded regardless. If Yu ever needed another one, he can offer it to her again at that time. After putting away the spirit fruit, Yuan said, then let's find you a servant now. However, Yu shook her head and said, no, it's fine, brother. There are only a few hours left before I have to prepare for school again. I'd rather spend this time just enjoying the game casually with you. Yuan immediately began to ponder. A moment later, he spoke with a bright expression on his face, I know. Why don't we go eat in some restaurant? I bet you still haven't experienced the amazing food in this world. Food, huh? I heard you can taste the food as though it was real. Yu nodded with interest. This content is taken from lig/h/novelpub.com, that's right. And they are incredibly tasty, Yuan said in an excited voice. Okay, let's go. Yu agreed a moment later. They left the room shortly later and began walking downstairs. When they reached the 5th floor, they realized that all of the display cases were empty and the treasures had been taken out. However, that was expected, as Feng Yuxiang had closed this store down. Once they reached the 1st floor, Yuan spoke out loud, Feng, what should we do about this place? A moment later, Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded in his mind, almost like she was living inside his head. You can just leave it as it is, young master. The next manager will take care of everything. I understand, Yuan nodded. Is she talking to you from inside? How come I can't hear her voice? Yu asked him with a fascinated gaze. I am talking to the young master through divine sense. Feng Yuxiang's voice suddenly resounded in Yu's head. Wow! How amazing! Talking to people directly in their minds, that's just like telepathy. Yu exclaimed. Updated from Light Novel Pub.com a few moments later, they stepped outside the store. However, to Yuan's surprise, an entire crowd had gathered outside the store, feeling almost like there was a protest of some sort going on. What is going on here? Why are there so many people here? Yuan was startled by the gathering that surrounded the entire front store, blocking his view. Furthermore, all of these people had powerful auras or luxurious clothes around their bodies, indicating that they were all experts or from wealthy families. Who are you? Where is Madame Feng? The people outside immediately asked them after seeing them leave the store. Just as Yuan pondered how he should respond, Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded in his head, young master, just tell them that I am currently sleeping in my room and that I do not wish to be disturbed for the time being if they want me to reconsider my decision. Yuan then repeated her words to the people outside despite not knowing the context. Madame Feng is currently sleeping in her room, but she doesn't want to be bothered by anyone, or else she will not reconsider her decision. The place instantly turned silent when they listened to Yuan's words. New novel chapters are published on li/g/novelpub.com. Let's calm down for now and let Madame Feng rest. I'm afraid that if we continue to linger outside her store, she'll really leave the city. One of them suddenly said. Yes, you're right. The city will take a huge hit if Madame Feng or her store suddenly disappears. We cannot take this matter lightly. Well, what do you suggest we do then? We cannot just let her leave like this. No idea, but do you think Madame Feng's sudden decision was due to that powerful spiritual energy not long ago? She announced her leave shortly afterward, after all. I would not be surprised if she'd been forced to leave this city. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Madame Feng is the strongest individual in this city who has been around for over 1,000 years. Who could possibly threaten her, much less force her to leave? Even if someone can threaten Madame Feng, what's there to fear? The entire Golden Phoenix Bazaar has her back. If someone dares to mess with one of us, they'll definitely regret it. Do not underestimate whoever released that pressure. I was here when it happened, and it nearly gave me a heart attack. That individual is extremely strong, much stronger than Madame Feng and everyone here. I believe that the individual who threatened Madame Feng to leave is a cultivator at the Spirit King level. Spirit King? Why the hell would someone like that be here? Cultivators above the Spirit Grandmaster realm may stay in this world for at most 100 years after their breakthrough before they must leave this realm and ascend to a higher realm, or else they will risk being punished by the heavens. This content is taken from //light/novel.pub. Unless you are telling me that this person had managed to reach the Spirit King realm in 100 short years after breaking through Spirit Grandmaster. I am not lying to you. The pressure really felt that powerful. While the people gathered outside the store argued with each other, Yuan took this chance to slip away from the Golden Phoenix Bazaar with Yu Rou and Xiaohua following behind. Man, that was chaotic. Just how popular are you, Feng? Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead after managing to escape from that frenzied crowd. I have been in this city ever since I came down here from the upper heavens, and due to my high cultivation, people quickly began looking up to me as some sort of guardian for the place. Feng Yuxiang explained to him. My reputation eventually peaked, and I am somewhat revered by the people in that city. After a moment of silence, she continued, however, none of that matters now, as I have the young master. By the way, young master, I know you said that you don't want my treasures, but if you ever change your mind, just let me know. Although the treasures are valuable, it's nothing compared to the freedom you are giving me, young master. Yuan nodded. After leaving the Golden Phoenix Bazaar, Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang, do you know any good place to eat, Feng? Since you've been here forever, you should know every building in this city, right? I'm sorry, young master, but I rarely leave the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. However, there is this place that I have heard numerous times from others throughout the years. It's a restaurant called Phoenix's Nest. For more, visit lightnovel.pub. Phoenix's Nest. People really like using the name Phoenix in this city, huh? Yu Rou said. Well, I kind of did save this city from a very powerful beast before when I still had some of my phoenix powers left. The city used to be called something else before. Feng Yuxiang said. Oh. You saved an entire city? Then you're just like my brother. Yu Rou smiled. Sometime later, after asking around, Yuan and the others finally reached the restaurant named Phoenix's Nest. How many will be dining today, esteemed guests? The waiter by the door greeted them when they approached the restaurant's entrance. 3, Yuan said. 3, right? Please follow me. The waiter then brought them to a small table and said, that is the menu. Just raise your hand when you're ready to order and someone will be with you. Thank you, Yuan said as he grabbed the menu and began flipping through the pages. Updated from lightno/velpub.com, just order whatever you want, Yuan said to Yu Rou. However, Yu Rou sat there with a dazed expression on her face, seemingly in deep thoughts. What's the matter, Yu Rou? Is something bothering you? Yuan asked her after noticing her strange behavior. Hearing his question, Yu Rou quickly snapped out of her daze and shook her head before speaking, that's no it, brother. It's just that. I never thought the day would come where the two of us would be sitting in a restaurant and eating food like a normal family. Even though this is just a game, it feels too real to ignore. Yu Rou. Yuan looked at her with a soft gaze, and he nodded, you are right. While this world may not be real, our experience and feeling in this world certainly are, and I cannot wait to explore more of it with you. Me, too, brother. Yu Rou nodded with a bright smile on her beautiful face. Sometime later, Yuan raised his hands and someone approached them to take their order. Yuan then proceeded to name dishes after dishes, dumbfounding both Yu Rou and the waiter. See, can you even eat that much? Yu Rou stared at him with a gawking expression. If Yuan could eat that much in the real world, she would definitely have trouble feeding him every day. This content is taken from lightnovel.pub/com, of course, or else I wouldn't be ordering it. Yuan replied to her with a confident expression on his face before he returned to order more dishes. Chapter 94 Exploring the City Peacefully. After spending a couple of minutes naming out nearly every dish on the menu, Yuan finally placed the menu down on the table and said, that's all from me. The waiter there had the urge to cry out loud, "It's literally all from you." Fortunately, the waiter managed to suppress his thoughts and responded with a stiff smile on his face, "Thank you, esteemed guests. I will let the chief know." The waiter then walked away. However, the waiter returned a few minutes later with a middle-aged man who didn't appear to work there with his luxurious appearance. Once the two were standing by their table, the middle-aged man said with a friendly smile on his face, "Excuse me, esteemed guest. My name is Tsin Wenben, and I am the manager of this restaurant. It appears that you have ordered a massive amount of food from us, and I would like to offer my gratitude for that. However, as there has been an increase of customers who dine and dash lately, we will have to require some payment upfront as a form of insurance. 50% of the total amount is enough." "That makes sense." Yuan nodded his head and asked, "How much is the entire bill?" 5,400 gold coins, esteemed guests. Tsin Wenben quickly said. 5,400 gold coins? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. This restaurant is at least 10 times more expensive than the luxurious restaurant he went to previously that had cost him 500 gold coins. As expected of one of the wealthiest cities in this world, everything is incredibly expensive. I really need to start paying attention to the price of each item. Yuan noted to himself as he retrieved 5,400 gold coins and handed them to the manager. For more, visit lighten//ovalpub/c/om, I'll pay the full amount now. Thank you, esteemed guest. And I deeply apologize for this inconvenience. The smile on Tsin Wenben's face widened after he accepted the money, and he bowed to them before leaving them alone again. Spending thousands of gold on food, only someone like you would be able to spend so luxuriously, brother. Yuan said to him afterward. Ha. Yuan laughed awkwardly, as he was too excited and forgot to look at the prices before it was too late. Though, at least he wasn't as poor as before, where 500 gold coins were enough to make him completely broke. About 20 minutes later, the food they ordered began coming in one at a time, and they immediately started eating the food, especially Yuan, who had essentially become a food monster and stuffed the food into his mouth as though they were nothing, allowing the waiters to continue putting dishes on the table without overfilling it. Brother. Yuan was shocked by his seemingly borderless stomach. How can so much food fit inside his body? It also made her worry that she might not be feeding him enough in the real world, since the amount of soup she feeds to him is literally nothing compared to the amount he's gobbling up now, almost like comparing a drop of water to an entire ocean. Brother Tian, should I increase the amount of soup I feed you? If it's not enough, you can just tell me, you know? I'm afraid that I might starve you to death after seeing how much you can eat right now. Yuan said to him sometime later. Ha. Don't worry about it, Yuan. I only have this appetite whenever I am in this world. A single bowl of soup is more than enough to fill my stomach outside. Yuan said to her. Hearing their conversation, Xiaohua suddenly spoke. Brother Yuan's appetite is probably caused by his unique physique. Furthermore, because cultivators expend a lot more energy than normal people, we also need to eat a lot more. Of course, we usually substitute the difference with the spiritual energy we absorb, with some cultivator even changing their diet to spiritual energy only. The source of this content is lighten/ovalpub. So you're telling me that cultivators can survive without food as long as they absorb the spiritual energy in the air? Yuan asked. That's right. A cultivator at Brother Yuan's level can last a month without food, but he'll need to drink water at least once a week. Once a cultivator reaches the Spirit Grandmaster realm, they can stop eating or drinking entirely and survive only on spiritual energy. Xiaohua said. I see. Yuan nodded, and she returned to eating her food. About an hour later, once the table had nothing but empty dishes left, Yuan said while patting his round stomach, What should we do now, Yuan? Can you even do anything besides sitting while in that state, brother? Yuan responded with a smile on her face. It'll be fine, he nodded. Well, I am also full, so I don't feel like doing anything right now. However, I don't want to just sit around and do nothing, so let's explore this city until it's time for me to leave, Yuan suggested. Sounds good, Yuan said. After sitting around for a few more minutes, Yuan and Yu proceeded to walk around the city, almost like they were taking a stroll in the park. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnov/l/pub.com of course. There were a few young masters that wanted to disturb the siblings' peaceful time together when they saw the beautiful Yu. However, before they could even approach them, like a guardian spirit, Xiaohua pressured them with an invisible pressure, taking care of the trouble before it even began. Although Xiaohua saw Yu as a rival for Yuan's attention, when she saw the joy on Yuan's face whenever he spoke with, or even looked at Yu, she simply cannot allow anyone to disturb that happiness, as she feared that she might have to experience that cold aura coming from Yuan again whenever someone messes with Yu in his presence, something that put chills in her body even now if she tried to remember his cold gaze. After spending a few oddly peaceful hours within a city as large as the Phoenix City mostly due to Xiaohua's protection, Yu logged off the game to cook dinner for Yuan. Yuan decided to stay in the game for a few more minutes to spend some time with Xiaohua until it was time for dinner. After logging off, Yu began feeding him dinner. However, after drinking his bowl of soup, Yuan spoke in a puzzled voice. Yu, did you make less soup today? My stomach isn't as full as it normally would be. It was an odd feeling to not be full after drinking a whole bowl of soup, as he would usually feel quite full afterward. Huh? That's not possible. I didn't change the amount, Yu responded in a surprised voice. However, if you're still hungry, I can go ahead and make another bowl of soup for you. For more, visit lightno/velpub.com. No, it's fine. I'm not hungry, but I am also not full. It's that kind of feeling, Yuan said to her. Okay, then I will cook a little bit more tomorrow morning, Yu nodded. By the way, your room is finally clean again, brother. However, since you're already here, let's sleep together for another night, as we don't usually do this. Okay, Yuan said. I'm going to make sure I am prepared for school tomorrow. You can go to sleep first. Yu said to him before leaving the room. Normally, Yuan would agree with her and go to sleep, but now that he has become a cultivator in the real world too, he wanted to cultivate whenever he had the time. Although he wasn't sure that cultivating might help his condition, it wouldn't hurt to try. Maybe the reason the bowl of soup wasn't enough for me is because I am now a cultivator, which will require me to consume more energy. Yuan pondered to himself before he began reciting the cultivation technique inside his mind, slowly absorbing the spiritual energy around him. Xiaohua was right, I can now sense the spiritual energy in this room now that I have become a cultivator. This means I am not dreaming and that I have actually become a real cultivator in this world too. Yuan was filled with enthusiasm for the future. Even if becoming a cultivator won't help him move or see again, if he cultivated enough, maybe he'll also be able to use divine sense in this world, and that would be worth all of his effort. New novel chapters are published on lightnovelpub.com, and with that in mind, Yuan began to focus on cultivating. Half an hour later, Yu returned to the room, and she mistook Yuan's cultivation as sleeping since his breathing pattern was completely relaxed and seemingly rhythmic. Since I was in the store at that time, I didn't see any announcements, but one should make the announcement if they made a divine beast their servant, right? Oh well, I'll see once I go online, Yu thought to herself as she began to surf the internet. And as she'd expected, when she opened the forums, all she could see was player Yuan being mentioned in the titles, and his presence filled pretty much the entire page. Player Yuan makes the headlines again. And this time he's obtained a divine beast as a servant. Incredible. Player Yuan has obtained another servant, a divine beast. What grade could this divine beast possibly be? If you know player Yuan, I am willing to pay $1 billion if you can reveal his real identity to me. $1 billion, huh? That's quite the tempting offer, but alas, I wouldn't betray Brother Tian even if you offered me the world. Yu shook her head, and she began reading through all of the posts that mentioned Yuan. The source of this content is lightnovelpub.com. Chapter 95 Increased Appetite. While Yuro lost track of time as she was engrossed with the internet talking about her brother, Yuan was silently cultivating on the bed, slowly absorbing the spiritual energy in the room. His cultivation speed compared to the game was incredibly slow, and it had taken him nearly 2 hours to enter the next level whilst it only took less than half an hour to reach second-level Spirit Apprentice in the game. What are the cultivation stages in the real world, anyway? I doubt it's the same as the game. However, since I have no other references, I'll just follow the cultivation stages in, Yuan thought to himself as he continued to cultivate even when Yuro entered the bed and went to sleep. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, Yuan spent the entire night cultivating, and by the time morning came, he had managed to break through only 2 times, reaching third-level Spirit Apprentice. Good morning, Yuro. Yuan greeted her the moment she woke up and rubbed her eyes. Brother. You're awake early today, she said to him in a drowsy voice. Yuan merely smiled at her words, as he obviously didn't sleep the entire night. However, despite not getting any sleep, he was as energetic as ever, even feeling better than he normally would after a good night's sleep. After spending a few minutes resolving herself to wake up, Yuro eventually left the bed and went to prepare for the day. Yuro returned to the room an hour later with 2 bowls of soup and a wet towel to wash Yuan's face. The most up-to-date novels are published on Lighten/Overpub. Brother, I cooked 2 bowls of soup for breakfast today. If you cannot finish it, don't force yourself, she warned him before she began feeding him. However, to her surprise, Yuan managed to finish both bowls of soup to the very last drop. 2 bowls of soup. For some reason, I am still not full, Yuan said in an awkward voice afterward. What? You're still not full? How is that even possible? Yuro looked at him with wide eyes. Why did his appetite suddenly increase so drastically? Is this somehow related to what has happened to him recently? I should let Dr. Wang know about this just in case there's something wrong. I also need some advice on his diet if it remains like this, Yuro thought to herself. Brother, I know you're not full, but I am afraid of overfeeding you, so I'll have to ask for Dr. Wang's advice before I decide to feed you anymore, okay? Yuro then said to him. Yes, that's fine. Like last night, while I am not full, I am also not hungry either, Yuan said. Okay, I'll let him know now before I go to school. For more, visit l//itnovelpub.com sometime later. On her way to school, Yuro called Dr. Wang and explained to him about Yuan's situation. The young master's appetite suddenly increased, huh? This might actually be a good sign because that means his body is requiring more energy to function, and that usually happens when their body is growing stronger. I suggest you continue to feed him 2 bowls of soup for a few more days to see if his growing appetite is permanent or only temporary. Dr. Wang said to her through the phone. If the young master's appetite is permanent, I suggest you increase his diet slowly without overfeeding him so that his body is getting the energy it requires. I will come to check on him once a week to monitor his body's condition just in case. I understand. Thank you, Dr. Wang. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to the world of cultivation. Are you going to partake in the disciple examination at the Dragon Essence Temple now, Brother Yuan? Xiaohua asked him after he returned. That's right. Yuan nodded. Even though Brother Yuan will progress his cultivation base faster outside? Xiaohua asked him. My purpose for going to the Dragon Essence Temple is not to improve my cultivation base. Instead, I wish to expand my knowledge and experience with cultivators so I can better deal with them in the future. For more, visit light/no/velpub//. I acknowledge that I am still far too naive in this world regarding cultivators and their nature, and I want to understand this world more. Although it's important to improve my cultivation base, it's also important that I enjoy this world, as that has been and still is my intention since the beginning. Xiaohua turned silent after hearing his words. Brother Yuan is indeed lacking experience when it comes to cultivators. Although he might be fine now with Xiaohua and that phoenix protecting him, who knows what might happen in the upper heavens, where there exists cultivators much stronger than us. It'll definitely benefit Brother Yuan in the long run. The earlier he familiarizes himself with the competitive nature of cultivators and realizes the brutal nature of the cultivation world. Okay, Xiaohua will no longer stop Brother Yuan from going to the Dragon Essence Temple now. However, it would lose all meaning if Xiaohua is besides Brother Yuan the entire time while he's a disciple, so Xiaohua will let Brother Yuan live his disciple life by himself. Of course, Xiaohua will still protect Brother Yuan when he's in danger. Xiaohua said to him. How are you going to protect me if you're not there? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Xiaohua then pointed at the necklace around his neck. Oh, that's right. You can go into the necklace like Feng can enter my body, Yuan finally recalled. Anyway, do you know where the Dragon Essence Temple is located? Do you think we'll make it there before the examination begins? Although I can enter the sect without participating in the examination if I spoke to Xian Wuhan's grandfather, I still want to experience it like how people normally would. The token given to you should tell you the location, Xiaohua said, and she continued, just activate it with your spiritual energy, and its location will appear inside your mind. This content is taken from /lightnovelpub, // Yuan followed her instructions and retrieved the Dragon Essence Temple exam token before activating it with his spiritual energy. A few seconds later, an image of the Dragon Essence Temple and its location appeared inside his head like some sort of map. However, Yuan immediately frowned when he realized just how far away this place was. It's over 100,000 miles away from our current location. Even the flying sword won't be fast enough. Unless we take the teleportation device again, I don't think we'll make it in time for the examination, he sighed. Allow me to help, young master. Feng Yuxiang's voice suddenly resounded, and a small ball of golden flames emerged from his chest a second later. Feng. Yuan looked at her with raised eyebrows. I can carry the young master to the Dragon Essence Temple. It's only 100,000 miles. And I can fly much faster than a flying sword. Feng Yuxiang suggested to him. You'll carry me? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. Updated from /lightno/velpub/com, unless the senior wants to carry you, but with the difference in your sizes. Feng Yuxiang looked at Xiaohua whose head could not even reach Yuan's shoulders. She cannot imagine someone so tiny carrying Yuan who was almost twice her height. Actually, she can, but it would be an incredibly hilarious sight, but alas, laughing at Xiaohua will definitely get her killed. However, Xiaohua still frowned after hearing Feng Yuxiang's words, as she hated her height being mentioned more than anything else. Feng Yuxiang immediately began sweating after noticing Xiaohua's narrowed gaze. Anyway, since I am also a phoenix, I can fly faster than cultivators normally would be able to. 100,000 miles. We can arrive by tonight. By tonight? Yuan began pondering. If we can reach there by tonight, it'll save us a lot of time I can use to cultivate in the real world. After pondering for a moment, Yuan nodded his head and said, okay, I'll have to trouble you for this one, Feng. Don't even mention it, young master. My body is already yours. There's no need to thank me every time you use it, Feng Yuxiang said with a shameless smile on her face. This content is taken from lig/tnov/lpub // Are you ready to leave now, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him a moment later. Yes. Then if you'll excuse me. Feng Yuxiang suddenly lowered her body and picked up Yuan, carrying him like a princess. And before Yuan could even react, two massive fiery wings suddenly blossomed from Feng Yuxiang's back. When the people around them saw this, they were immediately shocked. That's Madame Feng. What's she doing here? And who's that young man she's carrying? Feng Yuxiang ignored the uproar she caused and immediately flew towards the sky with Yuan screaming out loud like Yu Ro did when she first experienced flying with the flying sword. Which direction should I go, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him after they were above the entire city and nearly touching the clouds. This content is taken from lightnov/lpub.com, that direction, Yuan pointed to the east according to the map in his head. Feng Yuxiang nodded, and her fiery wings flapped once before they began soaring towards the east, leaving a trail of golden fire in the sky. Meanwhile, Xiaohua followed them from behind. However, even with her Spirit King cultivation base, she had to put a lot of effort in order to keep up with their speed. Though, that was to be expected, as phoenixes are known to dominate the heavens with their flying techniques. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.